The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
edition of our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we're going to delve into the political arena with the topic 2027 presidential race, the contenders and the pretenders. Nigeria, in about less than 365 days from now, will be entering into her presidential elections come February 2027. And the political parties have all elected their presidential candidates or presidential flag bearers. And today we are going to look at these flag bearers, the antecedents and profiles, and from there we'll be able to actually analyze who are the contenders, who are the pretenders, what are the chances of each of the presidential candidates from the background they're coming from, that is the parties that are sponsoring them in the race. And today I have a journalist, a scholar, a commentator, an analyst, the former vice president of Nigeria Union of Journalists. It's no other person than a very regular face on this program, Comrade Kenneth Ofoma. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure to be here.
Comrade Ofoma,
yes.
We are talking about 2027. There's going to be a general elections, and the presidential election is coming in less than 1 year, about 2 days or 3 days less than a year. A year should be 29th of May, and we have...
No, you are too far now. You just say 180 days. It's about 6 months.
Okay, 6 months.
According to inec.
Yeah, according to inec, 100 and...
It's the 16th of January.
Yes, because the 365 days is for the handover.
Yes.
So we have 6 months from now for the presidential election. And the presidential candidates are there already, elected by the party and possibly submitted to inec. If they have been submitted, we do not know. But incidentally, some of the parties are factionalized. And somehow, there are some conflicting arrangements in terms of the party's position within the inec portal. Some have been recognized by the inec, and some of the factions are not recognized by inec. Though the matters are in court with positions that if the factions, any of the factions win, they now take over the running of the party. That the reference is that people like the parties like ADC has about 3 factions that are in court. Parties like PDP do have about 2 factions that are in court. Consequently, these are the areas of conflict within the party. But I ask you, 2027 general election, the topic is the pretenders and the contenders. Who are pretending, who are contending, who are really running to win the presidential race, who is prepared to run elections, under what political party, and how prepared are these political parties? So the first question is, how prepared are the political parties that are sponsoring these presidential candidates?
Okay, thank you very much. How do we know the presidential candidates that are serious, that are prepared? How do we also know the political parties that are prepared, that are serious. Well, in approaching this question, I would like to say, in my own opinion, yes, we may have about 21 political parties. Even another political party, they call it the LPP, was ordered to be registered yesterday by an appeal court. So we don't know whether they will also come up with their own presidential candidate. There will be about 22 parties now, if we add that one.
If they become
the court say that once they have met the requirement, they are deemed to have been registered.
Which means even the timing or the timetable does not affect them.
Oh, you know,
it's not their own fault.
They can contest it. Even if INEC wants to say that the timetable will not contain them, they can argue it even in view of the High Court ruling, recent High Court ruling, that INEC cannot limit the time given by the electoral law.
Yeah, but they
went on 120 days.
But they went on appeal and, of course, asked court for a stay of execution.
But the court has not granted the stay. So it's still an open-ended something.
Okay.
They went on an appeal. The appeal cannot serve as a stay. But they went on appeal and applied for a motion for stay. That one has not been had. So, well, how do we know parties? You will know parties that are serious. You will also know the presidential candidates attached to those parties. That will tell you how serious the party or the candidates are. When you look at, and of course, for you to qualify or to make serious impact, anybody can be qualified to vie for president once you meet the constitutional requirement in terms of age, qualification. Even qualification is still school cert. I don't know whether they have changed it. School cert, ability to read and write. In INEC's own judgment that this man can read and write, then school cert. Sometimes if you don't have school cert, if you bring training certificates, you have attended this training here and there, you know.
Level, now within the O level.
So
within the ordinary level.
Yes. So that is if you meet those constitutional requirements, you are qualified. But beyond the constitutional requirements, you talk about name recognition nationally. Who is this person? What has he been doing in his life? Is he known beyond his or her state? No, these are the things. Visibility, prominence. If people don't know you, no matter how good you are, they cannot make any reference to your past or your antecedent or what you've done in the past or what have you. Such a person will have an uphill task to convince Nigerians, a good number of Nigerians that can vote for the person to make the person win. I know what it takes to win. Apart from majority of the vote cast, you will also meet two-thirds. You would have scored 25% of two-thirds of the states in Nigeria. So to give for spread. So it's an uphill task. So for somebody to be able to achieve that, it must have been a known person. Somebody that has name recognition, somebody that has antecedent, somebody that is visible nationally across the country. So how many of the political parties have such people? Well, in my own estimation, of course, the All Progressives Congress, the ruling party, they already have a sitting president who is going for second term in the person of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Then, so APC qualifies. They are serious, and they have a serious candidate, not a pretender. Then you look at ADC. One of them, for me, is a serious contender. And that is the candidate produced by the David Mark-led ADC. As of today, David Mark and his National Working Committee, their names are in INEC portal. So, and their candidate as of today is former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. Incidentally, he happens to be the only presidential candidate from the North. Out of about 8 or 9 or thereabouts that we have known so far. He happens to be the only candidate from the North. Then we have the Nigeria Democratic Congress, and they have a candidate. A single candidate this time around, not double, not any faction. And that candidate is former governor of Anambra State, former presidential candidate 2023 presidential election, in the person of Mr. Peterobi. He has the criteria I listed before. That national visibility. He has antecedent. He has name recognition. Everybody knows Peterobi. And he's a serious contender. Then you move to, the other candidates in ADC. There's a faction, well, I will call them, those ones that do not even have national chairman. But they claim that they are some of the state chairmen of the party. They came together under Dumebi Kachuku, and they produced Dumebi Kachuku as the. Dumebi Kachuku was their presidential candidate in 2023. So he's fairly known. But in terms of antecedent, in terms of what he has been doing, only very few people may know that. In terms of his business, his profession, what he does for a living, only very few people. He's not known for many people, by many people. Then, so he's also running. So maybe in terms of visibility, maybe 50%. Then there is another candidate by ADC. That one was produced by the Balagombe faction of ADC. And that person is Eselu Chris Oba. It was about 3-4 days ago, he was announced as a presidential candidate under that faction of ADC. And of course, like you said in your introduction, their cases are in court. Then move to another party, LP. LP led by the recognized INEC leadership under Nenadi Osman. We have Chibuzo Okereke, Dr. Chibuzo Okereke is their presidential candidate. Chibuzo Okereke is a popular television analyst and public affairs commentator. I think he heads an organization that specializes in legislative advocacy and what have you. So he's fairly known, but not to every Nigerian or to grassroots. So I may, in terms of visibility, I may also give him 40 to 50%. In terms of name recognition, only those who are watching some main national television stations may know him, may be familiar with him. If you go to the villages, they may not know him. Then I understand that the other faction, led by former chairman of Labour Party, but I don't think he's serious because I don't see any case. Supreme Court has ruled. I don't know any court that will rule against the Supreme Court that it is not Nenadi Osman. Her name is in INEC portal. So, what is the name? Former chairman of Labour, national chairman. They produced a candidate. I don't even know the name of the candidate. But I understand they have a candidate. Then PRP, People's Redemption Party, the one led by, of course, they have one
Yourself?
Leadership.
One led by Yusuf?
Not Yusuf.
People Redemption Party.
Yes.
PRP.
Yes. The senior brother to Obi's running mate during the 2023 presidential election.
Okay.
He's the chairman of that party. I remember his name. Former spokesperson of Arewa Consultative Congress. Former special advisor to the current vice president. He resigned from his position. So his own party, I think they produced former governor of Cross River State, Donald Duke, as their presidential candidate. Donald Duke is well known. He's from Cross River, South. In terms of name recognition, he's known. But in terms of the force, whether he will be able to generate enough momentum to push him into the limelight, into the forefront of presidential candidates, where you have the other heavyweights, is something else. And how many strong politicians are behind him, I wouldn't know. Then what other party?
Oh, the PDP you have not.
PDP, yes. When we come to PDP, the Abdurrahman and the wike-led faction of PDP has produced Sandy Honor.
Yes, Senator Sandy Honor.
Senator Sandy Honor, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's from South. But the other faction, led by Turaki, they produced former president, Goodluck Jonathan, who has never said anything. He has not told anybody that he's contesting. He has neither denied nor accepted that he's running for presidency. But since he has not rejected it for now, we may assume that he's running and is waiting for the coast to be clear so that he may officially announce his acceptance of the nomination as the presidential candidate of that faction of PDP. Zenith Labour Party, of course, their national chairman, Anyang. APM, the party that Oyo State Governor moved into. Makinde. They produced Makinde as the presidential candidate. Of course, you know, Bauchi Governor also moved into APM. So,
Bala.
Bala Mohammed. So, Governor Sheyi Makinde is their presidential candidate. That is APM. There are other ones that I can not easily remember because of what I told you, name recognition. I've heard their names before, but I've forgotten their names again. I think we have two women in the race representing some of these parties. But these ones I mentioned, in my own estimation, they are the prominent parties, and some of them are prominent candidates. And out of all of them, in my own estimation again, if you count Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you count peterobi, count Atiku Abubakar. These are three main contenders, if you ask me, given the criteria I laid out before, for anybody that would want to be president of Nigeria, some of the things or qualities we may have. The other people may have, of course, the qualification, but I'm talking about the other qualities of exposure, name recognition, antecedents, and what have you. So I would say that these are the three main contenders. There are other contenders, but not in this category. Maybe second.
That is, if there is a second
if there is a second
level
of presidential contest.
So with the three that you just mentioned as contenders, then will it be assumed that these other remaining men, what about Goodluck Ebele Jonathan?
Like I said, I won't count him as contenders now, but his name has been bandied. We saw where the leadership of that faction of PDP gathered in an unknown location in Abuja. But the earlier announced location, I understand. They alleged that the FCT minister used the security to block the place. They couldn't access it. They went to another venue. We saw them on television, and somebody represented him and took the certificate of return from them with the promise we will now onward transmission to the former president, Goodluck Jonathan. And I think that it was the House of Rep member, Wedi, that received that certificate of return. Whether he has handed it over to the president or not, we have not seen. Well, we have not heard.
So by assumption, from your perspective, Goodluck Jonathan cannot be named alongside the three contenders, named.
No. Although his status may change.
But he has all the reach. Has all it takes.
He has all it takes.
He has been the president of the Federal Republic.
He met all the requirements I listed. The only snag is that he has not opened his mouth to tell anybody that he's contesting. Secondly, that the faction that produced him, for now,
not recognized by INEC.
Their name is not in INEC portal.
So how does he intend?
So that's why I say his status may change, assuming that the judiciary is conscious, which I believe they are, and they give accelerated hearing to this plethora of cases and decide them before the end of deadline. If it happens that the Saminu Turaki-led leadership of PDP is the one recognized by the court, then President Jonathan can now become a serious contender.
But the Supreme Court already ruled and nullified the convention that brought Turaki to become the leader of his faction.
But they are claiming that that same Supreme Court ruling also upheld the suspension of Anyanwu,
yes,
who is the national secretary of the other faction.
Okay.
And that everything he participated from the date he was suspended. Before that, the Ibadan convention has become null and void, meaning that the national convention they held, which he participated, has been nullified. And that was why the chairman of the BOT, the Board of Trustees, now called a press conference after that Supreme Court ruling to announce national caretaker or interim leadership, still led by the appointed Saminu Turaki to lead it. Not as a national chairman this time, but as an interim committee. I don't know the court that is still listening to their case. Because Wike and co, they are saying that Samuel Anyan was not a party to the case ruled by the Supreme Court. Therefore, that nothing is stopping him from serving as a national chairman, that their national convention is not.
So that requires a lot of interpretation.
It will require a lot of, not only interpretation, they will need to go to court, maybe to interpret the Supreme Court ruling.
As it is presently, I now see from the perspective, you actually removed Goodluck Jonathan from the contenders. Besides, the Goodluck Turaki-led faction is not recognized by INEC presently until the court deems it otherwise.
Exactly.
And as such, then we have Makinde of the APM, Sandy Ono, of course, of PDP. We have, you have named basically all of them. Now, let us look at the contenders and their possibility of taking the position. Nigeria is pregnant with, I don't know, but it's only when the delivery is done that we'll come to know. But on assumption and from medical equipment, sometimes doctors could tell you that a woman will give birth to a baby child or
baby boy,
a baby girl. And sometimes the spiritual persons could tell you that someone could give birth to a baby boy or a baby girl. It is seen in the case of Mary, where it was said that a boy will be born and his name will be Christ. He was even given a name before his birth. So, in the present circumstance, there are predictions on the outcome from the contenders, except the unexpected happens. We now say we are expecting a winner from the so-called pretenders. That is pretenders in quotes. So, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and peterobi. Of course, Atiku Abubakar, the only candidate from the north with a northerner. The only candidate from the north.
Yes.
And he's also the only candidate the northerners has to actually vie for the election.
Yes.
Which jettisoned the principal zoning arrangement. And remember that the principal zoning is not cast on stone. And it is not a convention that everybody actually accepted. Otherwise, if it is a convention everybody accepted, then nothing presidential candidate would have been bad. But the convention...
It's not in the constitution.
It's not in the constitution as such. That's why we have. And of course, we have always had other candidates from the north. Buhari did that even when there was this principle of zoning and all that. So, what are we expecting from the incumbent president? Because the party seems readily available, more organized than any other political party we have seen, to clinch that same ticket once more.
Yes.
What will be their problems? What could pose problem to the incumbent? That is the second question. What will pose problem to the incumbent from clinching back that position as the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of the and president?
You see, if you look at the ruling party, the All Progressives Congress, that has 31 governors, and you know the role the governors can play in elections. They have majority of the National Assembly members in both chambers. They have majority of political appointees, ministers. You would say that the election is for Mr. President to lose. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But you may not rush to that conclusion if you are a neutral.
The president to lose or to win?
For him to lose, meaning that his winning is a fait accompli.
Yeah.
So it is for him to lose if things don't go well. And so.
But you don't come to that conclusion.
Yes, I say if you are a neutral, unbiased analyst, you are not partisan, you want to be neutral, you wouldn't jump to that conclusion because of what is happening in the country now. Because of, if you go to the street to do a vox pop, the level of anger, the level of hunger, the vanishing purchasing power of the average Nigerian worker or artisan or anybody. Many Nigerians are struggling to live. A lot of people are dying, stroke, BP, high blood pressure, and what have you. If you have certain sickness, you can't go to hospital. You don't have the money. You are struggling to find something to eat. So to make the matter worse, the level of insecurity. It is like by minute you will hear in news, this person kidnapped, mass abduction, school invaded, community invaded, 15 people killed, 50 people killed. In minutes or in hours, hourly, the news keep breaking. Today, I just saw the news that the sister to immediate former Minister of Power, Debayo, Adelabu, the sister with her twin sons, they were kidnapped in Oyo State. The same Oyo State, the case is where school children were kidnapped, about 43 or so, where a principal of that school who was also kidnapped was beheaded, and the video made available by the terrorists. So that is a very big challenge. Then the issue of power, electricity, is also a very big challenge. Considering that when he was campaigning for 2023 election, the current president, then made a promise that if he doesn't provide electricity, stable electricity, that people should not vote for him for second term. It's arguable whether he has done his best and whether his best is good enough or not in terms of provision of electricity. But many Nigerians, I think, will not agree that we have achieved the milestones in terms of power supply, in terms of generation, distribution, and even transmission. With the number of grid collapse, national grid collapse, and the fact that even the presidency itself has migrated to have migrated off grid. They are now enjoying solar installed with billions of naira, meaning that the admission, for me, is the admission of failure. Is the admission that we cannot achieve this. Let us migrate. Otherwise, I don't see why the president should migrate to solar when Nigerians are, or a good number of Nigerians are in darkness. And even where you have power, the hours that you can have power, even the tariff you now pay is a lot of estimated dealings, despite federal government repeated order and directive that the distributors should ensure that everybody gets meter. We're not metered. Many Nigerians are not metered. And meter is supposed to be free. But if you go and apply for meter now, you'll be told to bring 150,000. One phase. If it is 2 phase or 3 phase, it's 200 and something thousand. And once you buy it, it becomes the property of the distributors. So it's a serious challenge, and there is no country that can develop if you don't have electricity and if you don't have security. These two things. Any other thing you are doing, whether you are building road with gold, whether you are building scrappers, whether you are, whatever else you are doing, you are a non-starter, because you must have safety of life and property. You must have stable electricity, or at least 18 hours. Just not. We know that for now it may be impossible to have 24-hour, power supply. But if it is 18, let Nigerians have 18 at affordable price. We can to produce gas in this country. I don't see why we can't. We produce crude oil. I don't see why we should buy fuel at the international price when it is at our backyard. If I produce banana, you tell me that banana in the international market is so dollars when I have it in my backyard. No, I don't see any reason. So the presidency, the federal government, the leadership of APC will need to work hard. collaborate with the governors to begin to address the living standard of the people. To begin to address...
Are you saying within the 6 months?
Within the 6 months. It is still doable. Nigeria is rich. I believe Nigeria is rich. With what I know, the functions of government, the leakages, the duplication, the corruption, if you plug those loopholes, you can get enough money to address any issue, any challenge you want to address.
Thank you, Liz. Let us just pause for a little break. We'll come back and we'll continue. Our time is actually running out fast. Stay tuned. Don't go away. We're still on Aneke TV and the program is Arena. I am Rex Arum.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back. We're still on our program, Arena, at Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Our guest is still Comrade Ken Ofoma, former VP, Nigerian Union of Journalists and Public Affairs commentator. He's still here to actually dissect this 2027 presidential race, the contenders and the pretenders. And of course, you've heard from him. We have discussed about the incumbent president, who is the chief contender to that position. But Ofoma has said that it's not just easy to conclude that he has won, given the fact that he has 31 governors to his kitty, that is the federatory units that are APC-led, and the local governments, which are also led by APC. But at the same time, that anything can happen, given the fact that there could be dissatisfaction from a greater percentage of Nigerian populace. Comrade Ofoma, the likes of peterobi was a presidential candidate in 2023 of Labour Party, and of course he's visible, he's among the persons who say that has reach, visibility, acceptability, and all that. What do you think that his second time around as a presidential candidate of a new political party, one of the newest political parties in Nigeria, the NDC, Nigerian Democratic Congress? What do you think of him?
Well, Obi...
And how far can he go?
Obi, just like in 2023, nobody gave him a chance. People were saying that the Labour Party he joined a few months to the election that don't have structure. But it surprised everybody by at least 6.1 million. And many people believe that his votes were suppressed in many states. He could scored more than that. In fact, Obedience still believe he won the election. But INEC, the record from INEC shows that President Ahmed Tinubu won the election. And that Atiku Abubakar came second, I think 6.8 million. So, again, after the election, the Labour Party went into crisis. That affected the preparation for...
Yeah, between Abure and Abure. Usman.
Yes. Yes, Abure. The one that is still trying to fill the presidential candidate, even when he has been de-recognized by the courts. So peterobi is one candidate that his message resonates with a lot of Nigerians. Remove ethnicity, remove religion. Average Nigerian will easily relate with Obi's message. More so that most of the things he says are things he did when he was governor. His Spartan life, his simple life, his ability to save money and embark only on essential projects, his love for education, and what have you, is there. And his promise that there will be no corruption. And he's the one that says that if a chief executive could be governor of a state, could be president of a country, or could be CEO of a company, if he does not engage in corruption, his family members don't engage in corruption, his cliques and bros around him don't engage in corruption, that corruption would have been curbed by more than 50% in such an environment. So, but like I said, he had a difficult start finding a platform, because eventually he had to leave Labour Party, moved to ADC. When he got to ADC, he was pressuring the ADC leadership to zone presidential candidate, so that he know whether it is zoned to the south, based on the convention that power should be rotating between north and south. And if that is the convention, that south still has 4 years. But the party didn't zone it. They were not forthcoming. So he had to leave ADC and joined NDC. And in NDC, they were like waiting for him to join. And good enough, he joined with former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, who has now made his running mate.
Who was a presidential candidate?
Who was a presidential candidate in 20. Perhaps, if somebody like Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso had agreed with Obi in 2023 to be his running mate, maybe that result would have been different. Having realized, he was one of those that was quoted, Rabiu Kwankwaso, you know, before that 2023 election, he was quoted to have said that labourparty, where Obi was running for presidential election, and his obedience, they are like Andrew's liver salt, that, you know, that it will ferment very soon. You know what it means. But maybe he was surprised what Obi later achieved in terms of votes. So this time around, circumstances in his home state, Kano, where the governor he helped to come into office also abandoned him, maybe made him to now run with Obi. So we still have time before the presidential election. And in politics, a day, 2 days, 1 week is big enough. Anything can happen. So that is why, whether he will be able to, I'm talking about peterobi, to rekindle that Obi wave of 2023 is something that we'll wait to see. If he does that, that will be a serious contest, or at least he will cut the votes from the south, you know, significantly. Despite the governor, because we still had governors in the states, in the south, for instance, in 2023, but yet his party will be defeated, one landslide in most of the southeast and south states. In Delta, for instance, where we even had the vice presidential candidate of PDP then, Okowa, Obi had a landslide in Delta. Obi won the whole of Southeast.
I won in Lagos.
Despite the fact that he doesn't have any governor in Southeast. Obi won in Lagos. Obi won in Plateau. Obi won in Edo State.
Okay.
And other places.
Obi won.
So let's leave Obi. And I have said that if he rekindles that Obi wave, he's still a candidate to watch. Then Atiku, his advantage is that he's the only candidate running from the north. And there appears to be a sentiment going on in the north that is gaining momentum sentiment against the ruling party. I don't know for which reason. But it is not that kind of support they gave the ruling party in 2023. That is not what we are seeing. The signal is not the same. But like I say, it's perception. It may be wrong. I might be wrong. They may change their mind. But going by what I say, that people always like to vote tribe and religion. Most likely, he may get more votes from the north, particularly northwest and northeast, and parts of north central. Now, so he is a strong candidate. Despite the fact that zoning this, zoning that, that is supposed to be the turn of the south. You know, when it comes to election, is about interest and about what the people want. Sometimes people don't mind about zoning. They want somebody that they feel can win and who they believe they can benefit something from. So if they do not feel that Atiku can win and that they can benefit from him, you may see him winning more votes. Considering other economic and security factors, like I earlier mentioned. Okay. So has a good chance. So, and then that of the president, like I said, the election is for him to lose. Yeah. Because everything is going for him except the economic security and power situation in the country. Okay. Now, from these analyses you have done about the contenders, we do believe that the pretenders are there for the presidential race, at least to announce themselves, probably to come back smoking in future elections. Now, what do you expect? Do you expect that the presidential election may be failed or may be marred by some corrupt tendencies like rigging and sabotage by the electorate, inec, and inec ad hoc workers and so on? What's the expectation? Yes, all my analysis. The insecurity situation in Nigeria and the corruption, the tendencies of corruption. Do you think they will permeate into their system and mar that election from being free, fair, and credible? Summary, please. All my analysis is on the basis that there will be free, fair, transparent election. So anything outside that, I can't predict. But I'm assuming that there will be free, fair, credible election, at least to a greater extent. And so he assumes there will be a free, fair, and credible election 2027. We have seen the contenders, we have seen the pretenders. Although time has not permitted us to do a holistic analysis on this, we might also have a time to discuss this topic once more. But from here, this is the much we can take from this program. We're still on Arena Aneke TV, and this is where we sign up for you, Comrade Okfoma. We thank you for being there. Thank you for us to do the needful today. Thank you there, and God bless you all.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
If you are indeed entertained, you can do better than that.
That's some energy, some youthful energy. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can imagine the energy there. Then you can also imagine the energy the Nigerian youth has. Please, can we put our hands together again for them? We are still waiting for our friends from the INEC. And once they get here, all of us will know their seats are here, so we are going to see them. They will also see us. Now, stay part of the goodwill messages. May I call on our dear leader, Engineer Buba Galadima, to give us a special goodwill message. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Thank you very much, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. The national leader of this great party, our chairman, His Excellency, their excellencies here present, my own goodwill message is going to be a little bit different from those that we had. In the sense that today, as we affirm our presidential candidate, be rest assured that the battle will start from this room. It's not going to be an easy party because we know those that we will be facing. They will not play according to the rules, nor do they even believe in the rules. We heard severally that the president himself, who is a candidate in this election, has told the world several times over that election can be seized, you grab it, you run away with it. Are we going to allow him do that? Are we going to allow him do that? This election or this campaign is going to be the longest in the history of Nigeria. We have 10 months to go, starting June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January before election. I always cry for the opposition because to run a marathon race is an impossible task. I want you people to promise me that we will never get tired until we brace the tail. Are we in a position to do that? Now, the second aspect of my goodwill message is that, as I said, we will be facing people who will not go by the rules. We will face a lot of libel, we will face a lot of falsehood. They can say a lot of things about our candidates. We should not, and I repeat, we should not shiver when we see headlines in the social media or in the press about our candidates, because it can be planted. Be rest assured. We know these two people that we are going to put forward. We know them. We know what they can do and what they cannot do. We know their antecedents. We know their records. So we don't need anybody to tell us whether they are good or bad. Nigerians know us, they believe in us, they trust us, and we will make sure that Nigerians deliver. The last portion of my goodwill message would be that in facing these people, we must be perseverant, we must be courageous, and we must be up in doing. This is the only way we can succeed. I want to assure you, there are a bunch of cowards. They can use state machinery. When we stand firm, I want to assure you that they will retreat. And I want us to promise that we will stand firm and make them retreat from the position they have ascribed to themselves. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for listening to me. NDC. Service. Service to the youth. Service to the women. Service to the men. Service to God Almighty. Permit me to invite for the goodwill message someone from diaspora, those who believe that the NDC is a platform that will rescue this country, to come for his goodwill message, Dr. Hilary Onyishi. Please put your hands together for him as he approaches the stage. Thank you.
His Excellencies, I am honored to be here, and I want to ask everyone, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am here as a Nigerian, and I'm here as an angry Nigerian. I came all the way from the United States of America because of our unique leaders, Mr. Peterobi and His Excellency, distinguished Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso. These two persons means a lot for me and means a lot for Nigerians in diaspora. I left a very beautiful, rewarding job in the United States of America. I work as a design engineer with Raytheon Technologies. Raytheon makes all the fighter jets for the US Army, and I am the lead engineer in one of the unique strategic program that goes to war without being noticed. And I have to leave that today to come here because of these two great men that are on the front line to rescue Nigeria. I want to say this because there are a lot of Nigerians like me in diaspora. All of us in diaspora want to come back home. But the Nigeria that we want to come back to is not ready for us. And I want to say this to all of you sitting down here. Nigerians are blessed. In the United States of America alone, in the engineering sector where I am, we represent over 23% of the engineering workforce in corporate America. In the medical field, the Nigerian doctors and nurses represent over 33% of America's workforce. But all these people are doing an extraordinary job, but Nigeria have no place for them. Nigeria is sitting here and those watching back home. I want to tell you people that the time is now. The time is now. We have to wake up and follow these two great leaders. We have to wake up because the country that we so much love cannot stand without all of us fighting together to rescue Nigeria, coming together to say that enough is enough. These two men have done a lot, and sometimes I wonder how they survive. Every day, every night, they're on the road, preaching to all Nigerians. We do not need them to preach for us. We want to know that the government we have today have had enough. The government that we have today is not ready for Nigerians. Mr. Peterobi came to Atlanta, Georgia, where I live. It was a massive reception. And it is painful to see the crowd that came out that day to welcome him. This is Nigerians. There's nothing wrong in traveling abroad, but there's everything wrong when you go there and never returned. We have lost Nigerians, and they will never come back. We have no generations, and we cannot take them back because they are not proud to stand up and say they are Nigerians. But I see future, and I see hope. And the reason I'm here today is because these two men cannot do it alone. In 2023, I coordinated the diaspora support for Labour-Party movement. And we elected a lot of them, they disappeared. And I said to myself, the time is up. I want to come back to take the lead. Nigerians, I am standing here before you, especially those in diaspora. The hope is not lost. All hope is not lost. We see future with Mr. Peterobi and Kwankwaso. We see hope with Mr. Peterobi and Kwankwaso. These are the people that have volunteered to die for us. We want to die with them. We cannot watch Nigeria go further without all of us standing tall to believe that a new Nigeria is possible. And I believe with all of us united, with all of us joining hands together, with all of us fighting together, there is nothing on earth that we cannot accomplish. And I'll leave all of us with one word. And this quote is from a man that I love so much. Martin Luther King Jr., he said, if you cannot run, you walk. If you cannot walk, you crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. My fellow Nigerians, I do not believe that if you are working with the existing government today, they are giving you money, and you think this is all we can get. You are lying to yourself. We need to stand and stand bold. No amount of a bag of rice is enough to sustain you. No amount of money is enough, because these two men standing here before us, sitting down here before us, they believe they don't give you fish, but they want to teach you how to fish. Nigerians, it's time for us to go and become fishers. Nigerians, especially the youth, you cannot sit back home and watch the country that you love so much disappear under your watch. I am back home here to serve the country. When I was coming back, my wife said, they're going to kill you. And I said, what is life if you do not sacrifice for your people? It's all about risk. And these people have volunteered to risk for us. We need to come with them. Nigerians, I am saying today, enough is enough. And together, we can rescue Nigeria. And together, a new Nigeria is possible. And together, the son of nobody can be somebody. Thank you so much, my fellow country people, and I love you all. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand that INEC officials will soon be here. Hello. Hello. But you know we need them to be here for us to conclude what we are here for. Please, while we wait, we'll just have a brief musical interlude. I want to call on a young man, an energetic young man, known as Golden Prince, to perform for us. Golden Prince, please, can I put our hands together for him? Thank you very much.
NDC. NDC. First of all, I want to appreciate each and every one of you for honoring this invitation. My name is Golden Prince, Mr. Melody. I'm popularly known as MC Alaji. I'm the musician, aka the radio bulldozer. Obedience, are you in the house? Obedience. Senation. Senation. Okay, this song is titled "The Government Nearly Tossing a Lie." It's about the insurgency in Nigeria. It's about the killing in Nigeria. Since I can't say a lot on radio, I want to do it through music. DJ, let's go. Yeah. Golden Prince means some melody. Hey, yo, Big Louise. Please permit me to use this for a second.
Them keep people for job. The government nearly does say na lie. Them keep people for paying away. The government nearly does say na lie. Them keep people for Kaduna. The government nearly does say na lie. Them fight people for Borono. The government nearly does say na lie. I see my people are dying, children are crying, they are killing, kidnapping, people are running, women they are raping, they pay me. Where is your conscience? I'm sorry, I don't mean disrespect. I just wanna know, are you sure you be true, Niger? Where is your conscience? Sorry, I don't mean disrespect. I just wanna know, are you sure you be true, Niger? I'm sure. Ooh, yeah. It affects me, it affects me, and it's hitting me inside. It affects me, and it's hitting me inside. Them keep people for job. The government nearly does say na lie. Them keep people for paying away. The government nearly does say na lie. Them keep people for Kaduna. The government nearly does say na lie. Them fight people for Borono. The government nearly does say na lie. I see my people are dying, children are crying, they are killing, kidnapping, people are running, women they are raping, they pay me. Where is your conscience? I'm sorry, I don't mean disrespect, but I just want to know, are you sure you be true, Niger? Where is your conscience? Sorry, I don't mean disrespect, but I just wanna know, are you sure you be true, Niger?
This is Cold giving you sound of good music.
Once again, my name is Golden Prince. If you want Nigeria to work, vote Peterobi and Kwankwaso 2027. Go and get your PVC. Golden Prince, love you. Respect.
Thank you very much, Golden Prince. Thank you. And next online, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to entertain us is Aishida. Aishida, are you here?
Thank you. The world is in a hurry. Nations are running, no, we all just want to make it, we just don't care. Can I have a weakness in the house tonight? I say the world is in a hurry, yeah. Nations are running, oh, we all just want to get there, we just don't care.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Aishida. Thank you very much. Our great leaders, distinguished Senator Siriake Dixon. Thank you for your vision. Thank you for founding the NDC. You have given hundreds of Nigerians the opportunity to seek service for this country. Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Siriake Dixon. I think, hello. I'm sure if you look to my left now, you can see two beautiful ladies who have just landed here. They are INEC officials and they are set for us. I didn't see you clap. Can you welcome them? Our INEC officials are here. And while they settle in, Your Excellencies, I also welcome Chief Ebuka Onunkwo Ezeibo of Cotonou. He's the chairman of Seahorse Oil and also a senatorial aspirant of Anambra South. So the time is here. May I have the honor and pleasure to call back to the stage our distinguished leader, the engineer Buba Galadima. Engineer Buba Galadima, as he steps up for the affirmation of our presidential candidate. Can we put our hands together for him? Thank you, sir. NDC! Service! NDC! Service! Are you tired? I thought you will be very happy that my friends from INEC are here. Eh? Thank you very much. The national leader of our great party, our national, indefatigable national chairman, and Senator Rabiu Musa Konkoso, please allow me to stand on existing protocol. I wish to first of all welcome you all to this historic occasion, the first of its kind in the life of our great party, the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC. As you can all recall, Mr. Peterobi joined the ADC on Saturday, 3rd of May, 2006. He joined together with his friend, distinguished Senator, His Excellency, Dr. Engineer Rabiu Musa Konkoso, as well as many other Nigerians of great repute. On the 19th of May, 2006, Mr. Peterobi was duly screened by a committee under the chairmanship of His Excellency Senator Sam Egu, the former governor of Ebonyi State. Therefore, being the only presidential aspirant, he picked his nomination form on Friday. He picked his nomination form. As you are aware, yesterday, Friday, the 29th of May, 2006, the primaries for the presidential aspirant took place across all the 774
local government areas in Nigeria, including during which Mr. Gregory Peterobi was endorsed unanimously, without any single nay, by all our party members across Nigeria as the sole presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress by consensus. Today, 2006, we are all gathered here to make a history and affirm Mr. Peter Gregory Obi as the presidential candidate of Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC. Without much ado, therefore, it is my honor and privilege to call on Senator Victor Ume, who will move the motion for your affirmation of this great Nigerian as the presidential candidate of our great party, the NDC. This affirmation that we are going to carry out today would bestow the honor and the privilege on His Excellency, former Governor of Anambra State, Mr. Gregory Obi, to carry the flag and the banner of our great party, the NDC, in the 2027 general elections. Mr. Chief Senator Victor Ume, please come forward.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Ara.
Shall I also use this opportunity to call distinguished Senator Omo Agege, the former Deputy Senate President, who will second the motion. Senator Victor Ume, sir.
Thank you very much, Engineer Alhaji Buba Galadima. Your Excellency, the leader, the national leader of our great party, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Siriake Dixon, the white great shark, the national chairman of our great party, Senator Cleopas Moses Zuwe, Your Excellency Mr. Peterobi, CON, Your Excellency Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, both of you are leading different movements, Obedience and Kwankwasia. Members of the National Working Committee of our great party, the Secretary of our party, National Secretary, members of the National Working Committee, our esteemed delegates to this special convention, National Convention. I welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished gathering here, Alhaji Buba Galadima has laid the foundation to what we're about to do now. His Excellency Mr. Peterobi, at the close of sale of forms, was the only person who purchased expression of interest to vie for the presidency of Nigeria under our great party. On the 18th of this month, he was screened and cleared to go on
he was handed the nomination form, which he duly completed and submitted. Today, as already stated by Alhaji Galadima, our party members nationwide yesterday, they've all endorsed this decision to confer on him the presidential ticket and mandate for this party in the 2027 general election. Therefore, whereas, and I take the motion, whereas our party members have unanimously agreed across the Federation of Nigeria to make Mr. Peterobi the presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress. And whereas there is nothing stopping our great party from performing this duty today to affirm him, Mr. Peterobi, everybody knows him with his track record. Yes, as allowed and prescribed by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in Section 873, that where we have one person vying for an office, the party will organize a special congress or convention to affirm the person. Today is a date for affirmation. I'm happy that my brother, former Deputy Senate President and colleague, is standing by to second this motion. I therefore move. I, Senator Dr. Victor Ume, OFR, representing Anambra Central Senatorial District, with every amount of humility and the hope for a new Nigeria that will come through His Excellency Mr. Peterobi's presidency, I hereby move that this special convention should affirm Mr. Peterobi as the presidential candidate of Nigeria Democratic Congress for the 2027 general elections. I so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the leader of our party, Your Excellency, the national chairman of our party, Your Excellency, Gregory Peter Obi, CON, Your Excellency, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, CON, members of this special convention. I am Senator Ovie Omo Agege. I come from Delta Central Senatorial District in Delta State. With a heart full of so much emotions and excitement, filled with hope and expectations, I rise to second the motion based on the reasons already advanced by the mover of the motion, that Gregory Peter Obi, CON, be affirmed and adopted by this special convention as our presidential candidate and a flag bearer in the 2027 2027 general elections. I so second.
Well, fellow party men and women, you've heard the motion. Hold on, please. Hold on. You've heard the motion that was moved by Senator Victor Ume and ably seconded by Senator Omo Agege. May I now... May I now put those who approve of this motion, please say yes. Hold on. Circuit. Those who are against this motion, will you please say nay? The ayes have it. I hope INEC has taken note. The ayes have it. I hope INEC has taken note.
Yes. And at this juncture too, may I invite the national leader of our party and the national chairman to kindly hand over the flag to the presidential flag bearer. Could you give? You hand over to the national leader. Hand over to the national chairman. Then the national chairman hands over to the national leader. No, up here for camera.
Thank you very much. We have noted that this room is filled with very enthusiastic, supportive party members and leaders. NDC! Service of Nigeria! Service of Nigeria!
NDC!
Service of Nigeria again!
NDC!
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, our distinguished leaders in no particular order, fellow party men and women, our national chairman, and all the members of the National Working Committee, my distinguished colleagues, our leaders, particularly His Excellency Peter Gregory Obi, CON, and Engineer Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso, CON, and our leaders, Dr. Wodo, and all of you who are here. This evening is very symbolic. This is historic. We are gathered here, as you all know, for our first special national convention. That is history in the making. You have heard the motion being moved, seconded, and a resolution passed unanimously. It is therefore my singular honor and privilege, in company of the national chairman and all other great leaders of our party, to most humbly invite onto the rostrum His Excellency Peter Gregory Obi, the Emperor, the Conqueror,
lion is here. Zobu, zobu, enyimbae. Toya dike, nenu dike. Toya dike, nenu dike. Iye jamara dike, ruenu.
Thank you very much indeed. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the leadership of our party, with the able support of our national chairman, and on behalf of the millions of Nigerians out there supporting and working hard and praying for us, our party and our country, on behalf of the thousands and millions of delegates in every local government area of our nation who defy the challenges of insecurity, weather challenges, and even defying the hunger in Nigeria by turning up yesterday in all the 774 local governments to affirm what we are doing today. On behalf of them all, Mr. Chairman, I invite you to support me in presenting this symbol of victory, symbol of salvation, symbol of rescue. This NDC flag, the flag of the fastest growing party in the world, the flag of the party that is now the hope of all Nigerians, the flag that will enable our team led by Peterobi, and the other announcement is for him to make. We won't do that. On behalf of all our millions of teaming members, we present this flag to you to go and conquer and win for the NDC and for Nigeria and rescue Nigeria. Thank you. Congratulations. Announce his acceptance speech.
So, His Excellency Mr. Peterobi will now announce his acceptance speech.
To Nigeria. Let me very respectfully and with deep humility recognize our leader, the white grey shark, sincerely recognize our dear party chairman and all NWC members, and especially recognize our leader, Senator Rabiu Kwankwasia. It is, my dear brothers and sisters, you all duly recognize. It is with this sense of humility, profound gratitude, that I accept this exceptional role of being the presidential candidate of our great party. Especially at this difficult time, I will make a bit of a long statement to show that we are here. I wish to assert unequivocally that a new Nigeria is possible. The conviction that united us, it must serve as our compass as we move on this challenging road to sustain us in our trials, in our difficult movements. Today, our nation finds itself at a crucial junction, enveloped by uncertainty. Families are anxious about their safety. Parents are concerned about their children's future, and talented youths of our nation are worried about their country. Businesses are struggling. Communities are suffering. Alarming number of citizens have lost faith in the very concept of governance. Yet, I stand before you filled with optimism and strong faith in the resilience of our people, and our family believe that a new Nigeria is possible. For that new Nigeria to be realized, the number one thing we need is unity. It is the foundation on which nations are built. Nigeria cannot advance while fragmented by ethnic, religious, regional, narrow political divides. It is impossible. We must now decide to build bridges where people erect walls. We must replace mistrust with confidence, division with understanding, and resentment with a collective purpose. A united Nigeria is indispensable, and that is the foundation on which we must grow. Number two is insecurity. If you follow the records today, in the year 2022, Nigeria was number 8 on the most impacted terrorist country in the world. By 2024, we are number 6. By 2026, we are now number 4. So it's worsening every day. This is a country, and Nigeria is a country that a few years ago was reputed as one of the biggest contributors to peacekeeping globally, where our men have fought in different and have helped to keep peace, helped to restore order in many countries, from Rwanda to Cambodia to Yugoslavia, Mali, Liberia, and we've done all this. And our army and military are recognized as one of the best. That even at the time, a Nigerian general commanded the entire UN keeping force. Today, our story is a sad story of where insecurity has taken over. We must address insecurity and resolve that with urgency, for no nation can thrive when citizens can no longer sleep with their eyes closed, farmers can no longer go to farm, and nobody is safe. We must take that decisively. And I'll end it by saying that we have people in this party that can help us. I believe that we have somebody who has been Minister of Defense, who has been everything that will make it work. And I will conclude by mentioning this again on our strategy.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Here are the headlines. Bayelsa students join nationwide NUT protest over school abductions. Gunmen raid Nigeria Immigration Service office in Oyo. Edo police recover bodies of 2 kidnapped victims. Now the news in details. Public schools in parts of Bayelsa State joined the nationwide protest declared by the Nigeria Union of Teachers over the abduction of pupils and teachers in Oyo State. In Sagbama and Ekeromo local government areas, pupils and students participated in peaceful demonstrations, carrying placards and calling for the safe release of the abducted victims. The protest followed the union's nationwide directive to respond in response to recent attacks on schools. The industrial action began after the abduction of school children and teachers in Orire local government area of Oyo State. The incident has triggered protests and school shutdowns in several states, including Lagos, Ogun, Kogi, and Plateau. The Nigeria Union of Teachers is urging authorities to strengthen security around schools and ensure the safe return of all victims. Labor groups and concerned citizens have also continued to call for stronger measures to protect educational institutions across the country. The Enugu state government has activated emergency public health measures following the outbreak of Ebola disease in Uganda. The Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, said residents should avoid self-medication and promptly report suspected symptoms to the nearest health facility. He noted that the state's Public Health Emergency Operations Center has been placed on alert. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control has identified Enugu as one of the states requiring enhanced surveillance because of the presence of the Akani Ibiam International Airport. Professor Ugu said an isolation facility has been designated for suspected cases, while public awareness campaigns are being expanded through community leaders, religious organizations, and the media to promote preventive measures and early reporting. The Abia State government has suspended the clerk of the State House of Assembly, Mr. John Pedro Irokansi, over allegations of misconduct. The suspension was conveyed in an official directive signed by the head of service, Mr. Benson Ojeikere. The government said the action became necessary pending the outcome of further administrative processes. Following the development, Deputy Director in the Legislative Department of the Assembly, Mr. Promise Onwukwe, has been appointed acting clerk with immediate effect. The state government directed the acting clerk to take charge of administrative responsibilities and ensure the proper custody of official documents and government property while the matter is being investigated. The Imo State House of Assembly has called on Governor Hope Uzodinma to approve the reconstruction and rehabilitation of public secondary schools in Orsu local government area. The resolution followed the motion sponsored by the member representing Orsu State constituency, Mr. Uche Agabige, during plenary. Lawmakers observed that years of insecurity in the area led to the destruction of educational infrastructure and the loss of learning facilities, leaving many schools in poor condition. The Assembly commended ongoing efforts to restore peace in the area and urged the state government to prioritize the rebuilding of schools to provide a safe and conducive learning environment for students. The resolution has been forwarded to the governor for necessary action. The News at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Bayelsa students join nationwide protest against school abductions. Gunmen attack immigration office in Oyo, seize service weapons. And coming up shortly, Edo police recover bodies of 2 kidnapped victims, sustain manhunt for suspects. Do stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Edo State Police Command has recovered the decomposing bodies of 2 suspected kidnapped victims in the forest located in Ovia Northeast local government area of the state. Police authorities said the discovery followed the arrest of a 23-year-old suspect, Musa Haruna, who was allegedly linked to a kidnapping syndicate operating along the Benin-Lagos and Benin-Akure highways. During interrogation, the suspect reportedly led investigators to the forest where the bodies were recovered. One of the victims has been identified by relatives as 66-year-old Mrs. Favor Nosakari, who was abducted from her residence on May 9th alongside 2 other women. The victims' families had earlier received videos allegedly showing them in captivity while ransom demands were being made. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Monday Agbonika, commended officers involved in the operation and assured residents that efforts are ongoing to apprehend other members of the criminal gang. He appealed to members of the public to provide useful information that could assist ongoing investigations. Security agencies are investigating an attack on the Nigerian Immigration Service office in Ogbomosho, Oyo State, where suspected gunmen reportedly overpowered officers and carted away service weapons. The incident was said to have occurred last night at the immigration facility located along the Ogbomosho-Ilorin highway. Witness accounts indicate that the attackers took advantage of activities around the nearby cattle market before launching the operation. Preliminary reports suggest that officers on duty were disarmed during the attack, although authorities have yet to confirm the number of weapons taken or whether any casualties were recorded. The Police Public Relations Officer of Oyo State Command, Deputy Superintendent of Police Olayinka Ayolade, said he was awaiting a comprehensive briefing on the incident and assured the public that further details would be communicated after official verification. Abia State has become the pilot location for a new national insurance awareness program designed to expand insurance coverage among rural communities and small businesses. Governor Alex Oti formally launched the Nigeria Council of Registered Insurance Brokers Insurance Penetration Scheme during the Council's Chief Executive Officer's retreat in Umuahia. The initiative aims to increase insurance awareness and improve participation across different sectors of the economy. President of the Nigeria Council of Registered Insurance Brokers, Mrs. Ekoma Ezibe, said the program seeks to address low insurance adoption rates, particularly among operators in the informal sector. Governor Otti described insurance as an important tool for economy protection, noting that wider coverage would help farmers, traders, and entrepreneurs withstand unexpected financial shocks. Industry regulators have also expressed support for the initiative and encourage operators to leverage technology to expand access. Digital literacy, entrepreneurship, and financial empowerment took center stage in Enugu as the National Reading Culture Limited hosted a job fair aimed at expanding opportunities for job seekers and aspiring investors. The organizers say the initiative is part of efforts to equip more Nigerians with skills and platforms for economic growth. Sharon Uchekalo reports.
The National Reading Culture NRC Limited has held a job fair in Enugu State to promote its networking, digital literacy, and income generation programs. The event, organized by Team Golden, took place at Royal Palace Hotels, Abani Road, Enugu, and attracted participants, job seekers, and prospective investors from across the state. Speaking at the event, the leader of Team Golden and host, Pastor Obiora Rufus, said the fair was designed to create awareness of NRC opportunities and encourage participation in 8 programs. He introduced team leaders and expressed satisfaction with the turnout.
Your coming here this afternoon is for the purpose of what? Being informed more about the work opportunity of NRC and what that opportunity, the capacity it has to change your life. So, I'd like to welcome you once again. Thank you for coming.
Team leader of Team Technova, Mr. Omenupo Chibo, described NRC as a platform offering income opportunities driven by teamwork, noting that the organization operates across multiple global regions. He also explained its savings structure and advised participants to invest responsibly.
NRC promises you secure, steady income, a secure job for 2 years, steady and regular income for 2 years, opportunity to grow in it. In fact, NRC says if you master and utilize the methods in the company, your income can be unlimited.
Mr. Victor Nsese of Team Digital highlighted the organization's referral-based earning system, while Mr. Henry Samuel outlined registration and withdrawal procedures for members.
On the referral reward, there is a 10%, 3% and what? 1%. Level 1, 10%, level 2, 3%, and level 3, 1%. So as your team members are recruiting, you receive referral rewards. Come in. Every day referral reward come in because your team members are what? Working.
Don't collect any random links. Please, I have an update. Let me send you a link. Where you just join without knowing the link or what the link is all about. This is how you can discount. LC. Maybe you just ventured in. It is optional that is either you enroll directly by recharging. Are we together? Or you go through the trial period.
Professor Victor Okorie of Team Mega Surplus said NRC is registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission and holds valid tax clearance certificates.
NRC has the tax clearance certificate. So every transaction that you make, CBN tracks that very transaction and collect tax. Of course, it will interest you to know that NRC pays the highest tax to federal government, and that is why federal government is happy with NRC.
The event featured presentations, raffle draws, and cash and gift prizes for participants. During an interview session, winners of the cash and gift prizes expressed appreciation to the organizers for the opportunity, saying the program had been beneficial. They also encouraged individuals seeking legitimate income opportunities and investment platforms to take advantage of the benefits offered by the organization.
Today's event is very memorable because I upgraded from VIP 2 to VIP 3 today, and having upgraded, came penciled down my name, and as one of those who will participate in the raffle. And I'm opportune to have won an 18-inch standing fan.
This program we are doing today, I never experienced it. So that's the end of getting this amount of money. So it shows that it's real. So I'm advising everybody to come and join NRC because it's real. They'll be showing it physically, you'll be seeing it.
NRC says it combines digital literacy initiatives with financial empowerment and educational consultancy, including support for international study placements. In Enugu, Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has commenced implementation of the 4th edition of its foreign exchange manual, introducing major reforms aimed at improving transparency and efficiency in the foreign exchange market. The revised framework, which took effect on June 1st, represents the first comprehensive update of the guidelines in almost 8 years. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, said the reforms are intended to align foreign exchange operations with current economic realities and strengthen investor confidence. Among the new measures, 75% of personal travel allowance and business travel allowance transactions will now be processed electronically, while cash disbursements will be limited to 25%. The Apex Bank has also increased allowable advance payments for imports from 15 to 30%. The new manual further removes processing charges on export documentation and simplifies remittance procedures for holders of domiciliary accounts. Financial analysts say the reforms could improve market efficiency, provided implementation remains consistent and supported by broader economic policies. The Enugu State government has announced a reward package worth 150 million naira for Rangers International Football Club, following the team's victory in the 2025-2026 Nigeria Premier Football League season. Governor petermbah made the announcement during a reception held in honor of the league champions. He said the reward was a recognition of the club's commitment, discipline, and outstanding performance throughout the season. According to the governor, 100 million naira will be shared among the players, while 50 million naira has been allocated to the coaching crew and management team. Governor Mbah also approved plots of land for players and officials of the club, with certificates of occupancy to be issued to all beneficiaries. He described the gesture as part of efforts to encourage sporting excellence and sustain football development in the state. Grammy Award-winning Nigerian singer Tems has generated widespread reaction to social media following the promotion of a new music release. The artist announced an upcoming single on her social media platform with a message informing fans that the track will be released on Wednesday. The post attracted mixed reaction from members of the public. While many fans welcomed the announcement, others criticized the timing, arguing that national concerns, including insecurity and economic hardship, should take priority in public discourse. The development has sparked broader conversations about the role of celebrities during periods of national challenges. As of the latest reports, Tems has not publicly responded to the criticism, while supporters maintain that entertainers also have the right to continue their professional activities. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. Public primary and secondary school pupils in parts of Bayelsa State joined the nationwide industrial action declared by the Nigeria Union of Teachers as protests over the abduction of teachers and school children in Oyo State continued across the country. The union is demanding the immediate release of the victims and stronger security measures to protect schools and learning environments nationwide. In Oyo State, armed assailants reportedly attacked a Nigerian Immigration Service facility along the Ogbomosho-Ilorin highway, overpowered officers on duty and making away with service weapons. Security agencies have commenced investigations into the incident, while efforts are ongoing to establish the full circumstances surrounding the attack. The Edo State Police Command has recovered the bodies of 2 suspected kidnapped victims in the forest located in Ovia Northeast local government area. Commissioner of Police Mr. Monday Agbonika says investigations are continuing while security operatives intensify efforts to apprehend other members of the criminal network linked to the crime. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Good afternoon.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
To most humbly invite onto the rostrum His Excellency Peter Gregory Obi. The champion, the lion is here. Thank you very much indeed. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the leadership of our party, with the able support of our national chairman, and on behalf of the millions of Nigerians out there supporting and working hard and praying for us, our party and our country, on behalf of the thousands and millions of delegates in every local government area of our nation who defy the challenges of insecurity, weather challenges, and even defying the hunger in Nigeria by turning up yesterday in all the 774 local governments to affirm what we are doing today. On behalf of them all, Mr. Chairman, I invite you to support me in presenting this symbol of victory, symbol of salvation, symbol of rescue. This NDC flag, the flag of the fastest growing party in the world, the flag of the party that is now the hope of all Nigerians, the flag that will enable our team led by Peterobi, and the other announcement is for him to make. We won't do that. On behalf of all our millions of teaming members, we present this flag to you to go and conquer and win for the NDC and for Nigeria and rescue Nigeria. Thank you. Congratulations. You announce his acceptance speech.
So, His Excellency Mr. Peterobi will now announce his acceptance speech.
To Nigeria. Let me very respectfully and with deep humility recognize our leader, the white grey shark, sincerely recognize our dear party chairman and all NWC members, and especially recognize our leader, Senator Rabiu Kwankwasia. It is, my dear brothers and sisters, you all duly recognize. It is with this sense of humility, profound gratitude that I accept this exceptional role of being the presidential candidate of our great party. Especially at this difficult time, I will make a bit of a long statement to show that we are here. I wish to assert unequivocally that a new Nigeria is possible. The conviction that united us, it must serve as our compass as we move on this challenging road to sustain us in our trials, in our difficult movements. Today, our nation finds itself at a crucial junction, enveloped by uncertainty. Families are anxious about their safety. Parents are concerned about their children's future, and talented youths of our nation are worried about their country. Businesses are struggling. Communities are suffering. Alarming number of citizens have lost faith in the very concept of governance. Yet, I stand before you filled with optimism and strong faith in the resilience of our people, and our family believe that a new Nigeria is possible. For that new Nigeria to be realized, the number one thing we need is unity. It is the foundation on which nations are built. Nigeria cannot advance while fragmented by ethnic, religious, regional, narrow political divides. It is impossible. We must now decide to build bridges where people erect walls. We must replace mistrust with confidence, division with understanding, and resentment with a collective purpose. A united Nigeria is indispensable, and that is the foundation on which we must grow. Number two is insecurity. If you follow the records today, in the year 2022, Nigeria was number 8 on the most impacted terrorist country in the world. By 2024, we are number 6. By 2026, we are now number 4. So it's worsening every day. This is a country, and Nigeria is a country that a few years ago was reputed as one of the biggest contributors to peacekeeping globally, where our men have fought in different and have helped to keep peace, helped to restore order in many countries, from Rwanda to Cambodia to Yugoslavia, Mali, Liberia, and we've done all this. And our army and military are recognized as one of the best. That even at the time, a Nigerian general commanded the entire UN keeping force. Today, our story is a sad story of where insecurity has taken over. We must address insecurity and resolve that with urgency, for no nation can thrive when citizens can no longer sleep with their eyes closed, farmers can no longer go to farm, and nobody is safe. We must take that decisively. And I'll end it by saying that we have people in this party that can help us. I believe that we have somebody who has been Minister of Defense, who has been everything that will make it work. And I will conclude by mentioning this again on our strategy. Number 3 is health care. Nations are measured by health care. Today, Nigerian life expectancy is 54 years, the lowest in the world. And we are number 157 in health among the countries that are measured. Our primary health care is in tatters. And that is the foundation of health care. Only 10 or 20% of our 30,000 primary health care centers are working. That is unacceptable. Our health insurance scheme is below 10% when compared with comparable countries like Indonesia, that is over 90%. That cannot continue. And it is not time to lament about what we're going through, but what we are going to do. Our budget today is one of, health budget today is one of the least. Let me assure you that NDC government, and I use the word NDC government, because it will be a government that the party will be supreme. That the NDC government, in 4 years, we will ensure that our insurance that is below 10% today, health insurance, is at least double to over 20%. We will ensure that in 4 years, we must have a functional, well-manned primary health care in 8,809 wards of this country. We will ensure that by the time we end 4 years, 50% of our 30,000 primary health care centers will be functional and properly manned to serve our people. We believe you. We believe you. We will make sure that in 4 years, the budget of our health care will be 10% of our GDP, as against below 5% today, because we need it. And I want you to note everything we are promising you, because who deliver? I was a governor. Everything I promised, I delivered it. And it will not be different this time. So we must do that. We must ensure that our people are healthy, because it's important to us. We can no longer continue the way we are going. Our education, the number 3 thing is education. Our education today is among the worst globally. And of course, we have over 20 million children out of school. Education is number 1 driver of growth. And I'm happy that All the leaders of this party believe in the importance of education. We will invest in education. We will train our human capital to drive the process by investing heavily. We will ensure that out-of-school children are reduced drastically, and it will be measurable and people will see it, because we ensure that every child will have opportunity of going to having basic education. Our budget and investment will be doubled, and donor agency support will be verifiably accounted for, not what it is today. We will do that. The next thing we are going to do is hunger and agriculture. We will miss the two of them. When this government came into being in 2023, Nigeria is 109 in 150 countries measured in hunger ranking. Today, we are 115 in 2025, classifying us as one of the hungriest countries of the world. And as you know, last year, I said every day, Ukraine that is at war, dashed Nigeria grain to feed themselves. They are at war. And they gave us grain. That cannot continue. Nigeria cannot be in list of hungriest country of the world, because we have vast uncultivated land. We should not be part of it. The World Food Organization have just said that 35 million Nigerians are at risk of hunger this year. That shouldn't be. Nigeria is blessed. We have vast land. We shouldn't be. And whenever I say, people will say, oh, maybe it's not possible. And I can tell you it's very, very possible. We can feed ourselves, become a net exporter of food in this country. And I'll give you an illustration using what is happening all over the world. The greatest and most consumed food in this country today is rice. Nigeria cannot effectively produce 6 million tons of milled rice for the vast land that we have. And I do the important comparison to show you why we should produce more, but because we are not a producing nation, because we are not engaged in production, the greatest rice producer in the world today is India. India came from importation to being number one. Today, India produces about 200 million tons of milled rice. Capacity. Today, India produces 200 million tons of milled rice. The number 3 is Bangladesh. They produce about 60 million tons of milled rice. And number 5 is Vietnam with 42 million tons of milled rice. If you look at these 3 countries, in terms of land size per population, Nigeria is better. The size of India today is about 3,287,000 square kilometers, which if you times it by 1,000 will give you 3 trillion, 287 billion meters, divided with a population of 1.4 billion, it will give you 2.34 square meter per per person. If you go to number 3, the number 3 producer, which is Bangladesh, is a country of 148,460 square kilometers of land. If you times it by 1,000, it will give you again 148,460,000 divided with 170 million of their population, it will give you 0.87 square meter per person, below 1 meter. If you do the same thing with Vietnam, Vietnam is 331,000 square kilometers. And you times it by 1,000, it will give you 3,331,000,000. And if you go and divide it with their population of 102, you get 3.2 square meter per person. And Nigeria, our own country, is a country of 923,000 square kilometers, which if you times it by 1,000 and divide it with a population of 230, is over 4 meters per person. So we have more land space. Why are we not producing more rice than they are producing? We're not even producing 10% of what they are producing. We will change Nigeria from consumption to production. So we can produce rice. We should be exporting rice. I have maintained that we can make more money from the vast land in the north than we make from oil. This laziness must stop. Our country must be productive, and we must feed our people. We cannot continue the way we are going today. We'll say no to hunger and use it for employing our people. Number 5 is energy sector. It is totally unacceptable. Today, Nigeria is the country with the highest number of citizens without access to electricity in the whole world. About 100 million Nigerians don't have access to electricity. In today's world, it is unacceptable. A country of over 200 million people only generate and distribute 4,000. When comparable countries of the world, to use even African ones, their biggest economy, South Africa, and Egypt, number 2, generate today over 40,000 megawatts. So we are not even producing 10% of what these 2 African nations are producing and distributing. Both of them are less than 50% of our population. And they generate 10 times the electricity we generate. This is an African country. It is unacceptable. It cannot happen. And I pledge on our behalf of our government that in 4 years, this country will generate and distribute at least 10,000 megawatts from the 4,000 they are doing today. It is something we have studied. We are not going to get into government and start giving you excuse why it will not happen. Unemployment. If you Google Nigeria today, it says Nigeria is 4%, 4% unemployment. Do not take it, it's not serious, it's a lie. Because in 2021, our unemployment was 30-something%. By sheer mathematics and wuru-wuru, it came to 4. Because things have worsened, and I assure you, we will not take it. Nigeria remains over 30% in unemployment and unemployment, and over 40% of youth unemployment, which we will tackle. We'll be honest, we'll be transparent. We'll tackle youth and unemployment in Nigeria head on. And we will do so by supporting Number one, micro, small, medium businesses, which is our young ones that, and we can compare it to other nations by giving them the necessary tax incentive, support, and ensuring that they can borrow money at a competitive rate. Today in Indonesia, the biggest employer of labor is micro, small, medium businesses. They generate over 90% of employment because young people who are vast in Nigeria, talented, should be supported with an interest rate that can make them thrive. Who borrows money at 30% and survive? Only government. The government have crowded up the borrowing space. We will free it. In Indonesia, the interest rate officially is 15%. Small businesses get it at 5%. We want to replicate it in Nigeria, where small businesses have access to funds and can borrow it at a competitive rate. It is important that we deal with it and deal with it aggressively. I know the day is fast spent. We will be dealing with other issues. I assure you that our government will deal with the issue of corruption. You will see a drastic reduction on corruption and cost of governance. This waste must stop. We need the resources to invest in critical areas so we cannot continue. We cannot continue to ask people to fast when we are feasting. No. You cannot continue to tell people who don't know where the next meal is coming from and you're buying new jets, new yachts, new houses. No. It is time for us to stop that. So we will cut drastically cost of governance and reduce corruption. I've said it before, to fight corruption starts from you. If you're not stealing, your wife is not, your children are not, you reduce it by 50%. And that we will do. Rule of law. We will ensure that our country becomes the country that operates within the law. We cannot continue rascality. Government disobeying the law, government interfering in the rule of law. We need the law to work because that is what will attract investment for us. We need people to be sure that when they go to court, the judgment will be interpretation of the law. It will no longer be, I am a beneficiary of the law. When people talk about what is happening in politics today, I said to them, I was in court. I was the first governor to be in court for 3 years, who became a governor through the court. I was in court for 3 years. Without knowing any of the judges, 5 of them gave judgment in favor of me. Without knowing anybody in appeal, they gave judgment in my favor. I was impeached. I went back to the court. But the lower court and the appeal court returned me without knowing anybody. I seek interpretation of the law that my tenure is not complete. I went to Supreme Court of Nigeria. I did not know anybody. But within 30 minutes, Supreme Court sacked somebody who was already sworn in as the governor and asked me to continue. And all this I did without giving anybody a farthing or meeting any of the judges. I want Nigeria to return to that era when the rule of law will prevail and the country will work. And finally, democracy. The democracy we practice today must change. It must be a government of the people, by the people and for the people. The people must be the one determining what is happening. We're going through difficulties, which I urge all of you not to relent. Opposition parties are being treated like criminals, harassed and everything. You will not believe it. This arena you are, we are here because we are denied space everywhere until graciously we are given this one. That's why we came here. Everywhere we went, where we did our last convention, we were denied. That's why we came here. And you can see what happened to other parties that today, 2 of them were shot down by police. Nobody wants to come. Even when we came here, they said we should not advertise it until this morning. That's why you didn't hear about it before. It was this morning that we authorized to say we are coming here. That it should not be. Our government will work with opposition. We will encourage them. We will make sure they exist. Because that's what it should be. And in spirit of this, I've said it before, we will ensure that our party is free. We will work with them. Things will be different. It will no longer be when whoever wins the election and sworn in turns himself into whatever you choose to call him. No, our party will be supreme. And we will ensure that all those who are involved are partners. We will work. The government we intend to form will no longer be a government where anybody will say that the vice president is a spare tire. The vice president will be a partner, because we want to build a nation where there's 2 equal people who work for the great of the country. Decisions will be taken as partners. Everybody will be consulted. The party will know the decision of the government. That is what we require. That's how government functions. Because it's about the party, it's about the government. And that's what we are going to do to ensure that we succeed. It is in this vein that I graciously accept the affirmation as the candidate of this great party, and in the same spirit, inviting Dr. Rabiu Kwankwaso to join me as the vice presidential candidate so we can rescue this country. One person believes that a child of somebody should be trained to be somebody. He believes in education. He believes in security. And that we will work together to ensure that it happens. It will not be a government where, remember what I said, we will be partners. Not a government where one will be found wanting. I assure you, and I urge you, please join us in building this new Nigeria that is possible. Thank you, and God bless you.
Kashaga
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome to Aneke Brief, your favorite evening program here on Aneke TV. And on Aneke Brief, we bring to you highlights and discussions on events and situations surrounding us in the southeast, Enugu, Abia, Imo, Ebonyi, and Anambra State, be it social, be it political, be it spiritual, and of course emotional, however it is. So this is where we bring to you all that in one stop. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Now we'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll be reading out analysis or events that has occurred around the southeast today. Do stay with us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now we'll be starting off with events that has occurred in the southeast today. And with me in the studio is my guest for today's program. She is a gender activist and a legal practitioner, Florence Nene Ugu Esquire.
Indeed.
I mean, I just love having to see someone's name and then you now see the ESQ. I just love to pronounce it. I mean, ever since I learned what it was, I realized it's for as long as there is an Esquire in your name, you are going to get it. If you're a legal practitioner, that is a title. But once your name is this, and Esquire, I will announce that Esquire for anyone who cares to listen. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll be going now into, a lot of things have happened in the southeast today alone. Well, from yesterday into today, but we'll just highlight a few of them and then we'll get on into our conversation for this evening. Now, in the first stop, we have Enugu and Abia State. Okay, Enugu, yes. Firstly, the Enugu State Police Command has foiled a kidnapping attempt and neutralized 2 suspects in separate crimes. One happened around Noah's yesterday and another at Owu in Nkano. So they arrested them and they found, of course, exhibits, live cartridges, mobile phones, motorcycles. And also in Abia State, the police command has arrested 17 suspected cultists linked to recent violent clashes in Aba that left 1 person dead and another injured. So this is really happening. I mean, over time we've seen the police command in these states being proactive, and this is another. Do you commend them, or I mean, what's your take on that?
It's commendable, progress. The police are there to safeguard the country, the citizens. That's why every 36 states in Nigeria has a police, station, not just a police station, but a unit command and area command, and the state CID and FCID. I can go on naming this areas of, enforcement agencies have their specialties and why they are stationed in every state, making sure that when these things exist in a state, the state is, kind of complete and empowered to some certain level to be active in terms of security issues as it relates to that state.
All right, and on to the next one. Earlier, 2 days ago, we learned that the NUT had issued a nationwide protest. So Enugu and most recently Anambra State has joined in the protest. Enugu came out yesterday to say, oh, we're not, our protest is not against, yes.
Let's be sincere, it's long overdue. If a country like Nigeria is 2 weeks now, we had those children who were abducted in their classrooms.
Yes.
So this is not children playing and, wild off or moved away from the parents' eyes or from security.
They were sent to school.
They were in school with their teachers, and their lives just ended like that. And right before these children, you killed a teacher. Now, I am the daughter of a teacher. My foster mom is a teacher. And I can tell you for a fact, there is nothing my mom said while I was a growing child that is ever wrong. So that child who has watched you behead his or her teacher has a long life trauma. Oh, and we are in a very beautiful country where our therapy sections, our psychological system is working properly. Because you and I know that child is going through no
proper care.
Or care. So the child is scarred for life.
That so is if eventually we rescue them.
Exactly, from that place. Because both the first lady of the country and the first man of the country have said nothing. So it's long overdue. This is what teachers should have done after 4 days.
Yes.
After 4 days, and there is no massive input or actions from the, implementing bodies, the government. Then they should have gone on strike because their own lives are endangered too.
True.
Apart from the fact they pay them peanuts, you're not telling them that they don't matter. Oh yes, they should have gone a long time ago.
All right, on to our next story. Residents of Ago Mabo community in the Soka local government have appealed to the government to help them fight erosion that is threatening to cut off their only access road. So in recent times we've seen, yesterday we read in the news of Ebonyi State appealing to the federal government. Now this is the citizens of a certain village appealing to the state government to help them that the only road they have is being washed away by rain.
Well, they have a councillor, they have a local government chairman, they have representatives at the federal level, they have, I'm trying to name the parastatals, they should start meeting. There are, or maybe there is an elder statesman from that locality. So these are people they can go and meet, while they also do a public appeal to the government of the day, who we pray will have mercy on them and get to them. Even if the place does not last, at least it gets to do something for them. Whether the road lasts or it no last, it gets to do something for them.
But I have a question about this road thing. Wouldn't it be much easier for, I know the process to acquire permission to fix a road as an individual might be quite rigorous, but wouldn't it be better for individuals to collectively apply to fix a road than wait for the government to fix it?
Erosion is not just a road to fix.
Yes.
Erosion is, they need to come and do a study of that soil.
Okay.
They need to look at what the gravity pass is. I don't know how to explain it, but a lot of things needs to be done.
Yes.
And then if that erosion is one that moves tree,
Okay.
then that means planting tree to help bridge the waters might not really work, except you're now planting heavy economical trees, something like Odara tree. The roots are always quite deep and thick, so they are not evenly moved. But even at that, it's still going to cause more damage to that soil. So then it needs some filling, some that, some this. So yes, they are right appealing to the government. This is not just to make a road. This is erosion eating into the road. Now the government can look at it and see if there is a passageway that it could link to a federal road, which will now make him appeal to the federal Minister of Works to look at how they can, come together to fix the road.
All right. In another state,
the fastest way I could advise them as a concerned citizen, they should look for an alternative.
Exactly.
Because I don't know if the government of the day is ready to fix that road.
Exactly. All right. In Anambra State, the Anambra State Electricity Regulatory Commission has unveiled a new framework aimed at liberalizing the state's power sector and improving electricity supply. So the plan is to allow multiple electricity distributors to operate in the state to improve electricity.
They need to break down their English for the layman to understand, because the fastest way for government to steal from the citizens is to start speaking big grammar.
Well, I think granting license to...
Apart from the fact that you
understand
are on this level of platform understanding what you're reading. What was the English again?
Liberalizing. To allow... Yes, I had to make it to allow...
Why can't the government say, oh, we're looking at allowing other sources of distributors?
Yes, I understand. Well, maybe the liberalizing is us deciding to use a bigger language. But I would think that the communities might know. But the question now is, how feasible is it? Because in Enugu alone, we only have one... or two at the EDC and the new one, the main electricity power distribution.
They have still EDC.
Exactly what I'm saying now. So it's still one. You see, I wonder how they are going to allow multiple electricity distribution companies operate.
Their own plant setup. If they have a way of generating their own light,
still in the same state. Outside of the state.
No, not outside the state. So we have the generating power supply, whatever station. So if these other people they are allowing in have their own way of generating their light and it's different from what these other people are using, and they can say, oh, our station can power I'm an NHR babe. So, okay, our station can power between Boromi and Oka Road for now. So we want you to extend that greetings to us or extend that privilege to us. Let's start with these people and see how many watts of light we could give them in a day. So if that would take a burden off the Anambra Distribution Electricity Commission, right?
Yes.
And then these people can focus and say, okay, this is 1 week and we've been able to supply Boromi to Oka Road 240 watts of light for 1 week. So in a day, they can boast to 15, 18, 20 hours of light. That's a plus, right? But the truth is, are we even ready to allow these things? Because if government of the day, when I mean government of the day, I'm speaking even from the national to the grassroots and from the grassroots up,
back up,
are willing to do, even if it's 70% good to the society they govern, to the community in which they represent, we will not be crying that Nigeria is not working. That's the truth. Because we see Nigerians, citizens, being creative, active, proactive, innovative every day. I know someone who has started separating their debts in the house. So in their house, they consume more of perishable goods now so that they generate enough light for themselves. So people are generating light from their waste. There are countries already doing it. If our governments are proactive, why can't one state just take up that initiative? Invite those countries. Tell them, please, we want to create a policy friendship with you people? What can we do? Because we as a country, Nigeria, we have ambassadors representing us in every state. So what are you people ambassadorial? What's the ambassadorial work you're doing? What is the ambassador? What's your portfolio of office? Is it not to create synergies, create relationship?
Before we veer off and start tackling ambassadors.
I'm not tackling anybody. I'm just saying they look into these relationships. You bring these people. You already have citizens of your country who are thinking. We have children at the government technical college who produces keke and all that, like we saw the other time about 2 years back.
Yeah.
Take these people and empower them very well.
Okay. Now let's look at one more before we get on. This one happened most recently this afternoon. The Abia State government has suspended the clerk of the House of Assembly, Mr. John Pedro Irokansi, over allegations of misconduct. I mean, the misconduct, when you hear misconduct, you're not really sure which of the misconduct were. So they've appointed a new person as an interim, acting, pending when the investigations are carried on. So this is the clerk of the House of Assembly.
It's constitutional.
Okay.
It's doable. I haven't heard that news today, unfortunately. But I believe Mr.
John Pedro, or the governor,
Alex
Otti,
has a very good head on his shoulder.
Yes.
He wouldn't have rushed to make such a decision. So whatever be the case, is something the House would investigate. And if he's found wanting in any way, there is still a constitutional protocol to sort themselves out.
All right, that's we'll just take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into our conversation for the evening or for the afternoon. We're discussing women in politics, reserved seats and representation in the Southeast. Do stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Across Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo, women are the majority of voters. They organize communities, lead markets, run schools, and hold families together. Yet, when you look at the state houses of assembly, the National Assembly seats all local government chairmanships from the Southeast, the numbers tell a different story. As of 2026, the Southeast has some of the lowest rates of female political representation in Nigeria. In several state assemblies, you can count female lawmakers on one hand. At the National Assembly, the gap is even wider. This gap has sparked a national debate. Should we create reserved seats for women in the legislature? The Constitution Alteration Bill, currently before the National Assembly, proposes additional special seats for women to guarantee minimum representation. Supporters say it's the fastest way to correct decades of exclusion, give women a voice in lawmaking, and probably reflect the population they serve. The point to countries like Rwanda, Senegal, and Kenya, where quotas dramatically increase women's participation. But critics in the Southeast and beyond push back. They ask, does reserved mean less privileged? Will it create tokenism instead of real power? Should women fight for seats on the same terms as men rather than rely on quotas? And beyond seats, what about the violence, money politics, and cultural gatekeeping that keep women out in the first place? Now, these are all I want to look at. When we have people like Dora Akunyili, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and the first female governor, Virginia Etiaba, who has set precedents for women over time. So today we are discussing women in politics, reserved seats and representation in Southeast. And of course, I've introduced my guest. She is Florence Nene Esquire. Welcome once again.
Thank you.
So we are discussing women in politics, right? And let's start off from the first, overview. Do women enjoy being in politics? I mean, it's enough to say a woman is the builder of a home. And there's been this disparity between women wanting to be in politics just to balance a quota, or because they really understand what the game of politics is enough to institute a change.
Women have been in politics from time immemorial.
Actively or playing from the side?
Actively.
Okay.
It's funny how we suppress history so fast. But if you look at life before we started saying the digitalization, whatnot and whatnot, there were female representatives in the OB.
Okay, yes.
When it was time to fight against taxation, who were the people in the forefront?
Women.
Which led to About Women Riots in 1929.
Yes.
So, women have been there. When you talk about formidable forces, people who withstood slavery in Africa, I don't think the first three names are men. Queen Zaria.
Amina.
Of Zaria. She fought. She fought and fought and fought. I cannot name, what's the lady? Now the country we know recently as, one of those African countries, I'm trying to remember the name. She was the daughter of a slave.
Okay.
Of a slave mother. But because she was light-skinned, she was taken to become a domestic worker, while the mom remained a plantation worker. Finally, she got her slavery. But then, the masters came back again. And she, with 8 months pregnant, fought till she gained her independence. So women are not begging to be in politics. Women have always been in politics. The truth is, the woman's first nature is to nurture, to protect. So when things get hot, you will see them, most of them, withdraw back just to protect. Now, in psychosociology, there is this idea of when a country is in war, the people that suffer more is the women. But maybe when I say it like that, people will not understand it. But this is the narrative. So the men are carted away. The children are stopped from going outside and everything. But you see the mothers, they will always find a way that the armies will not see them, just to provide food. Find a way to go out and make exchanges. If you read the accounts of the Biafran War, you will still see it was the women who went from point A to point B, hiding salts in their wrapper. My mom was one. She's a survivor, and she's still alive. She would tie her wrapper and hide salt, then tie the second wrapper. So by the time they remove the first one is wrapper, the second one is wrapper. You will not know that the woman has salt. So they are not asking for this because they want to meet up with the modern age, whatever ideology men are having. And giving them the reserved seat is not because of preference treatment or tokenism like they're thinking. No, it's because the modern day man has weaponized politics. And to an extent, the financial percentage gap between the man and the woman is there. So financially, women do not have the backing to fight politically, the campaigns. Oh, if you talk about, I've worked in campaign trails at least 2 times now. So there are times I've come back to my house 2 a.m., 3 a.m. There are days I will come back and I'll remember, oh, I left in the morning and I needed to tell the gate man to get gas and I forgot. So I will come back and I'll find how to boil water. And thanks be to our electricity distribution company. As I'm entering my house, they're taking the lights. And I don't bathe cold water, so I am going to look for an alternative that night. I can go to knock for a neighbor and explain myself just to get hot water. But I'm not stressed out. Yeah. Because the truth is, that is me. I love active participation in things. I've been in the forefront of a lot of youth movements. Okay. So we are not asking to be given because we do not know our rights. We are trying to bridge that financial gap till we can be able to participate. And if we really want Nigeria to progress, then we should be looking at some of the countries that are progressing. What have they done? How did they get to where they are? Rwanda for a reason. Netherlands. All the Netherlands, I think Iceland and the other land, the 50% of their women are in politics. Look at Namibia. Their president right now is a woman. She just paid off their World Bank loan. Just within 1 year and some months in office. The truth is, you cannot exclude a gender from the growth of a country. If you want a country to grow, you need to balance it.
Okay, let's come home, right? Because if we understand that some communities are evolved, by communities I mean countries, enough to understand that there is the idea of inequality in gender is not so pronounced. But we are Easterners, we are ndlea. And there is this notion of some persons, with due respect to the men, have a preference of being leaders over women, right? And they believe that there's a certain position. I think I read somewhere a lady lawyer. This was on X. I will just quote it briefly. She said something about something on divorce. That divorces are not just signed like that they are due process. And then a man copied the quote and he said something that I found quite despicable. He said, I cannot take advice, a legal advice from a woman. Now, this is a certified lawyer. This is someone who has gone to school, paid all dues to become a lawyer. Now, in the political system or the political space in the Southeast, by record, I only found 5 women. And in Enugu, I think we have just 2 in Enugu or thereabout. Now, whether it's the money factor, whether it's the whatever factor it is, we don't have women in politics. Active now. When I ask actively, I'm not asking persons who women leaders. Women leaders could form part of politics, but I mean being in a position of decision making, where you get to make decision that as it affects your community in a open political space, say National Assembly, Federal House of Constituency, governorship, and probably if we dare wish so high, vice presidency or president. We don't have that, and it's bad enough that women do not aspire for some political positions because they know they have too many things to go against them. Why is there this restriction? I don't know if I've lost you at my question. Why are women not willing to push beyond boundaries that are being set? Because it seems like there is a boundary. Okay, this is where your whatever aspiration you have might end. This is all you can aspire to be in any political space. Why don't we have women who are ready to push and break through this certain barrier that has been set for them?
You know, I have a very interesting question in my head now I would love to ask you. But the truth is, this question would go on the national television, and I do not want it to go on the national television. But then, this is a very interesting question. Every woman right now, within the ages of, say, 30 years in Nigeria, so say 55. So I'm going to break it by 5 years gap. So 30 to 35. Check your friendship. Your friends, check them very well. I'm not talking about the women from privileged family. I'm talking from the average Nigerian who is struggling, building and everything. Do you have that level of friends you could say, I could call the five people now and raise to 200,000 at a stretch?
Amongst women?
Yes. Don't answer. Don't answer. Now, when you talk about the women leader, what not, let political parties start by giving a woman chairmanship of a party. They will not do it. You know, when you're internally scared, but you don't know what you're scared of, that's what we face with the men in Nigeria. See, the truth is, if you have a woman in your house and you know that this one, if I support her, she will go far, why not support her? And please, for records, there are women from the Igbo tribe from the southeast who have come out for presidency.
Okay.
Yes, obviously.
Okay, yeah, I stand corrected.
So, and there are women in Nigeria who have also vied for presidency. I belong to an umbrella of National Women League. From every part of Nigeria, they have. Some of them will win primaries, and they will call them back and say, you know, it is your turn, but you know, we want to grow the party, kiniko, and they take away the card from her and give it to the man. And then she goes out to form a new primary, to form a new party. And then she begins to wave her flag. But the country is not developed to that extent. Or rather, the level of poverty and sycophancy that have eaten into the country has not allowed the citizens with the civic power to understand that, see, forget the party, look for the integrity. Yes, forget the party, look for the integrity. And that's what I'm actually telling them. You want to turn a national government into a one-party system. It will not work. Nigeria is 2 million, 250 million people. To just turn us into a one-party system, what do you think that will happen? It will not work. So, you see, we are not asking for reserved seats because we do not think we don't have the stamina. Oh, we have the stamina. We do have the stamina. Even the book of Judges made sure of that. Any biblical person will know that the wars that was fought in the book of Judges was won by a woman. And it was started by a woman. The prophecy started by a woman. The battle was won by a woman. So even the one who followed Jesus to the end was a woman. So we have stamina. From time immemorial, we do have stamina. But the truth is, the second nature of a person cannot be denied. There are some of us women who are very out and forwarding. And there is still some of us who that nature of nurture will always be their first instinct. And so the bridges will always remain there. But the truth is, if we are ever given a fair playing ground and bring the political party systems to a very fair ground where, you know, you're able to buy the forms at a very good price and affordable prices. Because for crying out loud, if I did not steal money from someone, why will I go and buy presidential form for 100 million? Oh yes. If I have not stolen from somebody, why will I go and buy chairmanship form for 3 million? House of Assembly form for 10 million? If I have not stolen from somebody. Because the value of a money is in the sweat you have given to it.
So would you say women could afford, which brings me to my next question about an equal playing ground. Now, when we've spoken on reserved seats, and some say we don't need, like you said, we don't need reserved seats. We need to...
I said we are asking for
reserved seats, not because
we cannot play the fairground, but because the financial percentage gap is much. So let it be known that every party has this number of... So if a party is bringing... let's say the Southeast right now, we have how many senators coming out from the Southeast. So in every Southeast, if their Senate ticket is for 6 people, let's say 2 belongs to women.
Okay. And make it certain.
Certain it must be filled by a woman.
Okay.
These 2 tickets goes to women. Nobody else takes it.
Now, in that situation, you know, the Southeast has 5 states. Now, if you decide to leave it out to 2 women, what would be the criteria for selection? Because every state would want to have a representative on the seat.
Every state brings out their own primary person,
Okay.
even for the men, and they vie for the primary. And the person that wins, right?
Yes.
It's still the same thing. The only thing is that these 2 seats is for women. As many that wants to come out should come out. Go and now play the cards for you to win the primary. So before you as a woman start coming out for election, for a political campaign and whatnot, you should have also checked what's your capacity at the grassroots level. Have you been involved in the political
activities
dance in your community? What has been your take? What input have you made in your community? Then for me, that is the citizen, I can decide to collect money and vote the person. Woe to me, because I will still suffer another 4 years. Or I can look for the one who has been involved in community development, involved in community empowerment, involved in community innovations, bringing ideas, moving forward. Everything is not about money. Money is good, yes, but there are things that resources and capacity needs to move forward for. And that is why you will see them, the men, they will go, win the primaries, then come back and start looking for the woman they were empowered to become woman leader. I don't understand how that works. But then the woman will come and you will see her march. Even in the middle of the night, she will march to gather the women and make sure she has a 14-seater full bus to come and sing and clap for these people.
Yes.
And tomorrow, what does she get? A local government appointment at most. You think she's still not relevant? No. Let's talk. If they think the woman is, then they should stop calling them to be woman leader and to be the community mobilizer. They should stop calling them to come and carry bag of rice and go and share to the other women on their own behalf. Let them go and share the bags of rice.
What if that, in a grander scheme of things, you know how we say everybody has a role they are to play? What if some persons, what if the case is that these political players understand that this is how best we can get to the people at the grassroots when we make women link, rather than making women sit on the very seats where they will now have to make men
because
play
they
these
know
things.
That when the women sit on the very seats and not be the bridges, we make more impact.
Okay.
Let's be sincere. Take Nikele Hotel for example. If you've been in Enugu for a long time, you will know that Nikele was almost dying before before this present minister of tourism took over the management and resurrected it the way she did before landmark came in. If they had offered landmark Nikele at what it was before the lady took over, I don't think they would have taken it. That's aside. Wasn't there a man in NAFDAC before Dora Akunyili came? Dora Akunyili paid her life. She literally gave her life for NAFDAC. How many life attempt assassination did she have? 8. 8. Just because she said no more to fake drugs in this country. We've had enough. And now the fake drugs are back.
Are back again.
You drink Panadol, the headache is still there. Just Panadol. Should we talk of Ampiclos? I no longer bother to drink Ampiclos. I start looking for the anti what do they call them again? At the herb side. Antibiotics in the herbs. I look for the herbs to drink because going to buy Bicham, I don't have 50,000 naira to go and buy 1 card of Bicham now. So we need to be telling ourselves, we can't keep taking the women who have fought the fight, who have walked the roads, who have left a sound print, you know, and allow the water to come and wash their prints off. These women has fought. Are we talking the likes of Obiezek? She's still alive, hale and hearty, and still fighting and speaking. Should we talk about what happened to the Natasha lady at the house or through her foretenor? Just because she said no to side talks. If not that we have reduced our social intelligence to nothing in this country, what right have you as a man I'm working with to throw side talks at me? Whatever be the case, don't be handsy with me.
Could this be another issue women face and would probably make them not to aspire?
Oh, you don't want to know how many women ignored those type of things to keep fighting. Because some of them already know. You report is your fault. You don't report is your fault. I am a gender activist. 12 years of active work in the field, handling rape cases, assault, child trafficking, domestic violence, gender-based violence, rape cases. So I've seen people come to tell me, Madam, please, they said, our family said it's the work of the devil. Let's bring the matter home. Excuse me. Devil. I don't understand. So the devil came and raised the girl's skirt up and carry your prick and put inside.
Okay. My next question because it seems like the question is really becoming intense. So I think we'll just take it down and leave it on politics and representation. But no, you've already mentioned
politics and representation. That's what I'm speaking of. But I'm trying to tell you that they're saying that women are for this and that is not true. A woman is as capable as a man is intellectually. I am not taking your role from you as the head that has been given to you. Yeah. But the truth is, if a woman is intellectually capable to handle a position, don't override or undermine her because she's a woman.
All right. I have one or two more questions before we wrap up the show. But we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief with our guest, Esquire Florence Nene Ubu. All right, now we've spoken about a whole lot of things about women against men. Let's talk about women against women. Now, there is a myth that women do not support women. As a gender activist, and on this political scale, we have three, or maybe two ends of it. On one end, we have women who don't think you are fit to occupy any set position. And on the other end of the divide, we have women who have survived all odds and gotten to this position and feel like I have now joined the league of male players. And these women should just sort themselves out. Now, I also have people who just believe you're not good enough. Just stay in the house. You're a woman. You need to be at home. You need to nurture. Just play the role of a woman leader. And whatever position these men has deemed you fit to occupy. How do we handle women not supporting women here in the Southeast, where people are consciously and vocally tribal and spiritual to some extent, and dare I say extremely cultural when it comes to every affairs pertaining to family and politics?
Spiritual.
Yeah, women are spiritual. I mean, like the man will pull up the Bible, the man is to lead, the man is this, the man is that. And, oh no, there are some little clauses that they don't like to apply because the men in their lives say so, and tradition and all of that.
You know, understanding to life is different. The same Bible we pull up. You know, when you want to strike a thing, you strike at where it will favor you.
Yes.
The same Bible said, the man, to you I have commanded to love
your wife
as God.
Christ loved the church.
Good. Was there any other condition to it? So how did Christ love the church?
Gave himself. Gave up position.
And to the woman, what did they say?
Respect.
Respect.
Submit.
So, but whose order came first?
The man.
Because the truth is, you cannot bring out from someone what you haven't given. We keep dealing with things, how it will favor us. But the truth is, you nurture what you want out of people. I was talking, but I think I forgot to mention that we keep saying women leader, women leader. You know, a woman leader will still come and set the table. You, the man that is will come and sit, and she will tell you how she wants to run the woman leader. And you will have no choice but to give in, because you need her to mobilize the women. You can't do it.
Yes.
It's just that maybe I haven't heard of that woman that will play that card. Or I would like to meet one who is ready to play the card so I can teach her how to do it.
Okay.
And for the women that are saying women are not supporting women, that's not true. Life is a funny globe circle.
Okay.
It goes in circle. What you dish out is what you get. Is it not a woman that introduced you to me?
Yes.
It's a woman that gave you my contact. I said, you want someone vibrant, someone to speak without, call her.
True. True. I mean, they're just such a handful.
Exactly.
A handful of such persons.
No, the truth is, when you meet a man with capacity, who is not thinking through his physical giving rods, he will introduce you to other men with capacity, right?
Sure.
But if you meet a man who is handsy and doesn't think properly, doesn't have anything to offer you other than just being handsy with you, he's not going to give you anything. He won't even guide you properly to grow. He won't even direct you in terms of career, business, whatever thing you want to do in life. You're just going to be trying and guessing life and being handsy with this man. That's how it is. It's both ways. For a woman, she's a woman with capacity. She would want to also put out people with capacity. To the man, who is a man with capacity, he will also want to introduce you to other men who are like him, who will not end up insulting his person. Because there are people you can introduce me to, and I'll come back tomorrow and say, are you sure this person is really your friend? So there is nothing like women not supporting women. I've seen men say, no, don't give this man this position. He will misbehave with it. He will not deliver well. Why did he say so? Why? Is he not a man?
He's a man. He has seen that this person does not possess the qualities.
Are the men not fighting in the house, carrying up the maize? Why did they lock the chairs down? The chairs are screwed to the down because they had the fourth fight during the Okadibo term, where they took the chairs and broke it and flung their whole body. Haven't we seen the men run away with the maize from the house? Oh. So why is it that we are always looking for the women who does not support women? Because we want to keep putting up a war against women. I'll be the last person you will use that phrase for. It doesn't work on me.
Women not supporting
If you're a woman and I come across you and you are capacity loaded, I will push you till you explode. I have done it severally. And I will not sing that praise and say, oh, I made her. And they don't need to know. If you feel I have made an impact in your life, you can tell me thank you. And that settles it.
So you think, I mean, the idea of women support is just a myth and it
women
doesn't
not
really,
supporting women is a myth. It's something they want to just use and keep separating women. Someone is going to come here tomorrow and say it's a lie. Women don't support women. That's okay. That's the circle of women you're into. You're into the circle of women who are born in strife and jealousy. And I haven't experienced that. I have had the best years of my life, and half of it where women empowered me. 12 years of active service in the development space as a civil society person, 9 years traveling around African countries, both as a conference attendee and as a speaker. I can tell you, a woman paid for 5 of those flights. I can't talk about the certificate trainings I've gone to. And I've had amazing men too, who supported my growth in life, both academically, career-wise, and entrepreneur-wise, because I'm a businesswoman too.
Yes.
I've had people offer me scholarship and say, oh, Nene, you want to do this. I know you, when you set your mind on something you want to achieve, so I will support you, go do it.
Now, you have a success story, and it's probably 1 out of 10. So are we saying that to ensure that women are more in the public space, we need to have more people like you in that space where we have people push them to become what they want to be and not listen to the naysayers who are there to pull them down? Exactly. Okay. Now, before we round off, let's talk about the traditional women community, the Umuadas, and all these heads of families. How much can we translate this traditional politics to the mainstream politics?
It's there already. That's why we have the women leader.
Okay.
The women leader in every political party acts as the head of the Umuada.
Oh, okay.
You didn't understand it?
Yes, I get it now.
Okay, so let me take my village where I'm very conversant with what the Umuada does. So I've had situation whereby the Umuada in my community drove a particular young man back to their maternal home because he beat his wife and whatnot and whatnot. And we told the maternal home we were coming, so they were prepared for us. We came, they served us water and told us to please forgive their son, that they will speak to him and send him back. Now, for the woman leader in the party, she is the one you reach out to when you want the women to gather, when you want them to go and, to the communities and push the communities to come out on the voting days to vote. Okay. They are the ones you gather when you want to show that you have community backup.
Yes.
Check every political rally. The percentage of men and women, the young man and the young women that come out is always greater on the side of the women. So the truth is, the traditional women gathering or the traditional women community as we know them has metamorphosized into the political party system. But the only thing is that they have not started giving the political party woman enough space to grow. They want her to remain the woman leader.
So what is the way forward? How we are preparing for elections, and of course every nomination and primaries are concluded. So in the coming years, how do we advocate more for women to be integrated into politics?
That's the best thing we are doing right now. That they should start with empowering more women. The reserve seat bill. Okay. Yes. So that we can have more women be financially capable. The little percentage of women who have sweated so much to make their money will not want to come and gamble with it in politics.
True.
Politics is a gamble for right now in Nigeria. The democracy system is not working. The system is not favorable. So if I make the kind of money some of these women have made in the proper way, they have sweated for it. I won't want to come and buy 100 million forms. No, that's the truth. I'm telling you, that's how an average woman is thinking right now.
Okay. So it's still them deciding whether or not they want to because of the money involved.
Yes, let the parties reduce their forms. It's exorbitant. You're encouraging the same corruption and looting that you said you're fighting. It is the same story since the days of Babangida and Abacha. You're giving me rice every year. You're building road and giving me better education that never comes.
All right, that's the mark we can take this evening. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining Florence Nene Uwu Esquire. That's the mark we're taking this evening on Aneke Brief. Thank you for sitting with me up to this moment. And understand that as whether women, whether men, we are all part of a growing ecosystem, and we should participate and contribute our quota on each day. Till I come away again tomorrow, keep living, keep fulfilling, keep dreaming. See you tomorrow.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Igu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anyim Payos Anyim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new, determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. We apologize for coming late on this program. Welcome to Frontline Africa, broadcasting live on Aneke TV. Today we'll take you behind the headlines as always, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased perspective and critical insights into the stories shaping our nation. From politics to economy, our panel of seasoned analysts is ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is Frontline Africa. I am Uche Osai, and joining us as always is Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire, who is a former Commissioner of Strategy, Culture and Tourism here in Enugu State. He is equally a seasoned legal luminary and a public affairs analyst. Ozo, what a pleasure to have you one more time.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also with us is Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst. Mr. Emeka, what a pleasure to be on Frontline Africa.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Now, let's take a deep dive into the issues. Gentlemen, we'll start with the primaries because that's what's making, the news these days. Is all around the federation. It's all about the primaries. And we start with the PDP, national battle for 2027, where their internal issues, internal wrangling is beginning to define their roadmap to 2027. The war of attrition within the People's Democratic Party has reached a dangerous tipping point, transforming the nation's capital into a high-stakes political battlefield, following an explicit threat by the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike to shut down and seal any venue hosting the para-PDP faction. A heavily armed police blockade moved in at dawn, completely locking down the A-class event center in Abuja. The enforcement directly targeted at the Taminu Turaki-led faction, who were gathered to formally draft former President Goodluck Jonathan for the 2027 presidential race. But the anti-Wike forces refused to back down. In a swift, late-night tactical maneuver, organizers agreed the barricade by relocating to an alternate venue, defying the minister's ultimate executive threat to ratify Jonathan as their candidate. With the mainstream PDP leadership holding its own ground at the National Stadium Velodrome, the party is now split cleanly in two. On one side holds the official party apparatus, the other holds a former president, and in the middle lies the brute force of state power. We are looking at the PDP that was already fragmented. At one hand is the Saminu Turaki faction wanting to ratify their endorsement and the waiver they granted the former president to, be his flag bearer going into the next election. And then on the one side is the man, the FCT minister, reputed to be the commander of the Rainbow Coalition in Rivers State, and then as well as holding sway in Abuja. So starting this hour, what we're asking is, the FCT minister, is he really overreaching his bound and begin to, rally around the anti-Wike sentiments against himself and his position for the president?
Okay, thank you. To be honest with you, it is only in Nigeria that you have this kind of rampage tolerated. The Wike rampage is conferring on him powers that we know do not belong to him. But then, because of his association with the government in power, he's been left to do everything he is doing. Much as we know that Wike is a distraction, he is working at undermining other political parties. He does not mean to really chaperone a PDP that is going to win elections in many instances. Yes, he may have intended to get the PDP to oust some governors who he considers his political enemies. But then, we know his true objective. His true objective is to disorganize the opposition in favor of the ruling APC government. So that is why he will be able to marshal the kind of forces he used in disrupting that particular venue. If he is not a person whose activities are approved by the government in power, he would not have marshaled those forces. And now, that takes us to what is actually his objectives. His objectives are not to win election, to produce governors, to produce the president of Nigeria. No. He is trying to prevent certain persons from winning elections, from being electoral threats to the current president of the country. That is why he's doing all those things. And to be honest with you, it is quite annoying. It's annoying, it's not helping the development of our democracy that you have such a situation where somebody, his only role is to disrupt, is to mess up things, is to continue to heat up the system, to take away organization from some other organizations, to take away focus from the other organizations, to distract most of the organizations. I have not seen that in our political history, where somebody's preoccupation in seizing an erstwhile national political party, seizing it only to use it for distraction, for disruption, for impediment. And well, we have seen almost everything in this since 2015, where where anything goes. Otherwise, this is a novel development. We haven't seen that before. We have too much of resources. The resources he is deploying, where are they coming from? He is deploying huge sums of money in this, paying for flight ticket for his so-called chairman from the branches to attend meetings in Abuja, and doing other things, giving them all manner of allowances, making hotel provisions. Where is that money coming from? What is the objective of doing that? Doing that is just to disrupt. You know, a kind of agent provocateur, just there to make sure he doesn't give the others a breather so that they can organize and plan elections. And the earlier the opposition elements understand this, the better for them.
All right, Honorable, I will still revert back to you on this very issue from another perspective. But Emeka, this, according to Honorable, a novel development in polity. We are speaking to Nyesom Wike. Do you agree that he's beginning to, inadvertently unify the anti-Wike forces, anti-Wike coalition, into a formidable place where they can now fight back?
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Forcing the anti-Wike forces to a formidable position where they can fight back. Maybe if we come from that perspective, we probably will be giving too much credence, and beatifying what he is doing, So by the time you call him anti-Wike forces, it looks as if people are ganging up against him. The truth is that the FCT minister is probably taking up a certain role, a very inglorious role, and purportedly in favor of the president. But I can tell you that for me, what I see is, a certain damage and harm to the political reputation of Mr. President and his democratic profile. Remember that this Mr. President we are seeing today didn't just drop from the sky. We've known him during the military days when he was in the Senate. We've known him when he was an ADECO member. We've known him even when he was governor of Lagos State. And he has been a man of, a democratic man, somebody who rode on the back of opposition to prominence. Even when PDP was in power, he belonged to the opposition group, and there was no inhibition on him. He had all the space, all the time, and all he needed to be able to build a formidable opposition. If the democratic environment was completely, choked up and consciously shrinked as we are seeing today, he probably wouldn't have had the space, to be able to build a formidable opposition that will eventually oust a ruling party. The kind of opposition you need to be able to defeat a ruling party is not an ordinary one. It is one that is properly governized. And so any opposition party that is able to do that, it simply means that the space was conducive enough for them to do so. Right? You understand what I'm saying? And that was what we had in 2015. So if Mr. President is that kind of person, I do not think what Mr. Mike is doing now is to his credit, because this is a man that Nigerians have known. He's a man that is associated with opposition politics. He's a man who played opposition politics and got something out of it. And so we do expect that he too will also allow opposition to play their own game as well, and the same freedom and the same unimpeded environment that he enjoyed and he utilized, the same should also be created. But what Mr. Mike is doing is for me, it's against that principle. And so let those who are handling Mr. President, who are managing his political profile and his political machinery, let them know and understand that Mr. Mike will be thinking that he's helping Mr. President to win 2027 general elections, but quite frankly, he is not helping Mr. President in that regard. Then, moving that away, yes, you see, what for me, when that news broke yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, that the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory had given such instruction, quite frankly, I was pained. Why would a minister in a civilian regime give such instruction? He is not a court of law. By the way, it's not in his place to determine which version of any political party is the right one or the wrong one. That is not in his place. That is for the courts to do. For even security agencies can't even make that decision. So for him to say that they should go and seal up the place, and again also, if a particular venue, I mean, we have seen it happen several times where a venue that is under the control of the government, we have seen the government use their instruments of office, the coercive instruments of, I mean, the instruments of state coercion to deny opposition parties the opportunity to use facilities that are that's directly under their own management or ownership. We have seen it happen and we cry against it. But how do you now begin to explain when the same government is now overreaching their boundaries by instructing or commanding owners of private facilities not to allow people to use it simply because he feels that they are opposition parties? I mean, that is the height of abuse of power and political recklessness. If we allow this to continue, and I'm very, very surprised that nobody is saying anything. That is what baffles me. You see, those in power today who are beneficiaries of whatever Mr. Aneke is saying may think they're enjoying it.
They won't be in power forever.
They won't be in power forever. Yes. However, look at former President Goodluck Jonathan has been found himself in the center of this structural warfare, and I am asking, is continued silence, is he a tacit endorsement of the breakaway in PDP and his intention to really contest the 2027 election?
Well, I do not actually know what to make out of this. But you see, if indeed Goodluck Jonathan is interested in contesting, we understand the political terrain very well. We know the mobilization that ought to be in place at the moment. We also know that he cannot, by any measure, think that PDP or faction of it is the right platform to become the president of Nigeria again. I'm not saying he cannot be president of Nigeria again. He can be. But the fragmented PDP and the current mood of the electorate in this country is not such that any person who really plans out his politics will use PDP. I think Jonathan is being used, or he is in support of that particular group, which is irritated by wike, and he is giving them some kind of quiet support so that they will not be overwhelmed by wike. But then, for a former president to just stay there and his name is being bandied about and he has not said anything, that speaks volumes. But then, the wike faction already has a candidate. The wike faction, it has a candidate. Now, the other candidate is saying Jonathan is their candidate. Do you think that the president, former president of Nigeria, will actually want to lend his name to that kind of arrangement? If he is in NDC or ADC or APC, then it is understandable. But in the absence of that, why would he be used for the factions, factionalization going on? My own reading of it is that he is sympathetic to a faction of the PDP, but he is not contesting the presidency of Nigeria.
He's not contesting the presidency
of Nigeria. Yes, I do not see this arrangement as contesting the presidency of Nigeria.
Honorable, let's take a look at this from the perspective of the court ruling on 26th of this month that has cleared him as eligible to contest and take the oath of office for a second time.
Yeah, that judgment, that's in the wisdom of the judge. He's qualified to contest. Fine, that's not the issue. The issue is contesting is not the same thing as winning. contesting takes a lot. It takes huge human resources. It takes huge monetary resources. It takes organization. It takes institutions in place. So in the absence of that, you cannot be putting it on Jonathan that he wants to contest. My own reading of it is that he's only sympathetic to that faction, and they are using his name. But that judgment, yeah, it makes it clear to him. If he wants to contest, it is better he looks for the proper platform to do that. Because there's no point he's going into it with such a factionalized platform, such that is split into two, and one half is in favor of the present government. And let me quickly say something about what my colleague said about the credibility of Mr. President, and why he should not lend his name to what Wike is doing. Let me tell you, I was in political reporting in the 90s when Tinubu got elected as a senator. We watched him, all of us believed in him. But since that moment he said, grab it, seize it and run, many of us don't believe in him, don't see him as a true Democrat anymore.
You no longer see him as a true
Democrat? Yes, we don't see him as a true Democrat. And when eventually it was revealed that the present APC hired foreign mercenaries to intimidate the former government in order to take power, we see all of them as people desperate for power and not into democracy. And that is what is playing out. What the Wike is doing for APC now is the same desperation for power. No ideology, no interest of Nigerians at heart, just the desperation to grab power. And Mr. President is a part of it. He is not innocent of it. He is actually the chief planner, the chief architect.
That may be too overreaching in this regard to say categorically that Mr. President is aware. We may say that his body language may support that, but we may not, really know that he is aware.
Whichever way you want to view it, that his body language supports it, right? What I'm trying to tell you that if somebody who is going to be, if you are rising in power, there is a code. There are certain things you are not supposed to say. You are not supposed to descend on the individual. You are not supposed to descend on the family. You are not supposed to descend on the ethnic group. Do you understand? These are the things you must avoid in order that you remain upright. You are not even supposed to be so critical of somebody's religion. These are the written codes, and so many other things are there inside that code. So, if a political party, I'm not saying the person of Mr. President, I'm saying the political party, it has been stated that the political party hired armed mercenaries to awe the president of Nigeria, Jonathan, and hounded him out of power. That is not democratic, right? And if a presidential candidate will say, grab it and run, power is not served a la carte. So you grab it, you seize it, and you run.
So what Wike is doing right now is part of trying to grab that power and run with it.
Yes, it has nothing to do with democracy.
You've been calm, but the question is, former President Goodluck Jonathan, gain or lose by entering the 2027 arena in these chaotic circumstances? What does he stand to gain?
Well, quite frankly, also, I'm yet to understand, what is playing out, because Goodluck Jonathan is a name. It's not just ordinary name in Nigeria, and the West African region, Africa, and in fact the entire globe. This is a man who was president of the most populous black nation in the world, and I'm sure when he was president, he presided over a united PDP. He was the party leader of a united PDP, and I do not know why at this point in time, because the fact that he hasn't spoken, speaks volumes to me, just like Honorable said. it's not even a name you should toy with on matters of this nature, even for 24 hours. To the extent that, you know, some people claim that a nomination form has been purchased and submitted, and, you know, whatever thing they are doing today or in Abuja or yesterday, you know, to endorse him, and he's still very silent. He hasn't spoken. He has a team of media people who speak for him, who ordinarily should have addressed the entire nation right now to tell us exactly what is going on. If the reputation that has been built over time, you know, because in public relations, it doesn't take anything for reputations to crumble. It might take you a very long time to build a reputation, and within a split second, it can just crumble. And so, our former president should please speak. He should speak. He should please speak and tell Nigerians: is he contesting the election or not? And I don't even think, you know, he should. Yes, he may be qualified. The court says so, that he is qualified to, you know, run again as president of Nigeria. I don't even think he should do that, for goodness sake.
I was going to come from that angle and ask you, perhaps he has spoken tacitly by sending his lawyers, you know, into that litigation and then making way that he is cleared to run.
Yeah, no, you see, sending his lawyers, that has to do with a name, and he probably doesn't want to
for that to hang on him.
He wants to leave the corridors open so that he can anytime.
Yes, even for so that you see, one thing is that if you notice very well, when that matter was decided, the judge said that the judge, you know, became a bit punitive on the lawyer that instituted that case. Not because the judge hated the lawyer or he said the lawyer doesn't have the rights again to, you know, go to court on any issue. He said two things. One, he wanted to know how Jonathan contesting or not, you know, impeded the right of that particular lawyer. And secondly, he also said that, look, as a lawyer, he should have known that this matter was already decided. You see, when a court decides on a matter, it becomes a reference point on itself. So if good Lord Jonathan, probably he wanted a situation where the court will make an explicit statement on this, and it becomes a reference point. So that tomorrow, somebody does it, and that is why many other things. When a matter is decided in court, it adds to our jurisprudence. So that if it's the matter that's already decided, it can be cited in court. You don't even need to sometimes go back to it again because it has become law. You can make reference to it. So that's on one side. But a man who left at the height of his glory, as far as I'm concerned, in this, because the respect that good Lord Jonathan has today, he's not the only one that has been the president of this country. I mean, at the last check, there are more than 5 of them that are alive today who have had the privilege of presiding over the affairs of this country. But what makes him special is, at the time he lost election, even as a sitting president, he picked his phone and called to say, look, congratulations to his major contender who eventually won the election. And the whole world today stood up in you know, recognition of that democratic profile. So I do not think, for me, you live innovation is loudest.
You know.
So what is he coming to at this very, you know, chaotic political situation that we have, and to worsen situation, coming to a party that on its lowest ebb, as far as I'm concerned now.
Almost dead.
I mean, for goodness sake, honestly, I'm yet to understand, you know, what is playing out.
Perhaps time will tell. Time will provide the answer. Time will tell. He's already here, so soon we'll either know if he's in for it or not. Though, you know, I interact with a lot of persons, and one of the issues they alluded to that litigation is that perhaps Jonathan himself may have sponsored the lawyers that went to court to ask on that issue if he has the right to be sworn in a second term.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, I've always said that where politicians are concerned, everything is on the desk. There's no card that politicians cannot play.
All right. Honorable, before we bury this issue of the PDP, from the legal front, from the legal front, we need your legal opinion on this now. Where does the PDP stand going into 2027 election? Because we've seen a fragmentation. At one hand, it seems that the law recognizes a faction, whereas at the other hand, it seems that that faction doesn't have a local standing before the law. So how, from legal perspective, how do we see the PDP going into 2027 election? Fragmented.
Well, it is not even decided which faction is recognized in law at the moment. What they are doing is that here, one side is on top. You move to the, before you get to that door, another side is on the top. So, from the point of view of law, the election is not now. So it is now, when we get there, that you now have the person represented in INEC, recognized by INEC, and that recognition is going to be based on law. So whoever is recognized by INEC, that is the person who is going to contest. If your lineup is with the faction that is recognized, you are going to contest. If your lineup is not, you are not going to contest. That's why I tell you that it is an arrangement deliberately packaged to create confusion and distract. And outside a studio like this, I don't want to discuss it. I don't discuss the PDP because I know the package is deceit, it is confusion, it is distraction. It doesn't make more promises about our political development.
Correct.
Because I am not seeing them electing governors with this kind of confusion. I'm not seeing them electing members of the National Assembly with this kind of confusion, let alone electing the President of Nigeria. Because you can't get something out of nothing.
Is PDP in charge of any state in Nigeria now as you speak?
It's not.
Is PDP in charge of any state in Nigeria now as you
It's not.
speak?
It has lost
because
everything.
the last two PDP governors that we know, who probably have not publicly decamped as others have done. Sheyi Makinde is we are from the social media we are seeing that is a political is a presidential candidate of APM. Bala Mohammed is a senatorial candidate of another political party entirely. So what are we talking about?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Let them stop wasting the time of Nigeria.
Head or tail, it seems that Wike is actually winning.
How?
Well, he's winning because he's destroying the platform. He doesn't want that platform to function, and he's using it to sap the political energy of so many people.
Okay, well, maybe from that perspective.
And he's doing that for the benefit of APC.
For the benefit of APC?
Yes. And then, although he said somehow that he would achieve governorship in some states, and that his reason was that he was going to oust the governors that opposed his candidate, that is Anyanwu, right? Yes. Who are going to oppose his candidate. He was referring to people like the governor of Enugu State, who was one of those persons who objected to Anyanwu being the National Secretary. So, and he was boasting that he was going to remove those governors to get the district. He may achieve some subsidiary political feats as state assemblies, maybe in Rivers State or elsewhere, but I don't know where else he can do that.
Okay. On that note, gentlemen, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to look into these issues.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights their obligations, and the protections the law affords, from the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes
Many thanks for staying with us, and this is Frontline Africa, and with us is a seasoned analyst, men who's been at the corridors of power where policies are shaped. We are with Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire, who is a former commissioner of strategy, culture, and tourism here in Enugu, and also a legal luminary and a public affairs analyst. And with us also is a development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst, Emeka Odom. Gentlemen, let's get into this as we've been looking at the NDC primaries. As the major political parties scramble for footing ahead of the 2027 general elections, the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has officially set its machinery in motion with the commencement of its nationwide primary elections. Following a slight 24-hour logistical delay due to transportation, flight, bottlenecks in Abuja, the NDC successfully launched its synchronized voting and affirmation exercises across the country. The high-stakes exercise is anchored on a major strategic goal, the formal ratification and affirmation of His Excellency, Mr. Peterobi, as the party's sole consensus presidential candidate. While the presidential ticket follows a path of unified consensus, the battle for the legislative and gubernatorial flags has proven to be fiercely contested. Employing a direct primary model for state assembly tickets, the NDC is already testing the strength of its grassroots structure, yielding shocking updates, most notably in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where prominent activist Aisha Yosefu lost her senatorial bid to Amanda Pam, with the Obedient Movement issuing global appeals for internal discipline and sportsmanship. The party faces critical litmus tests. Can the NDC successfully manage its internal friction and translate social media momentum into concrete, capable, challenging the ruling status quo? And in this instance, gentlemen, it is primaries, like we said. Yes, the NDC are gathered to reaffirm Peterobi as its presidential candidate. But as we speak, the most striking part of this whole primaries is that the popular activist, Aisha Yusuf, lost the NDC primaries to Pam. Is it surprising to you?
It shouldn't be for any reason whatsoever. Why should it be?
As popular as she seemed to be.
No, you see, there's something you need to also understand, and that is where people get it very wrong. We do respect to Mrs. Aisha Yusufu, a very strong woman who speaks truth to power and is, a strong member of the civil society organization and activist. However, politics is a different ballgame entirely, and when we say popular, yes, in politics you use the term popular to describe anyone who probably has won an election. You say, oh, he's the most popular candidate. But if you take that away and come to the realm of normal, the normal life we live, popularity a lot of times is slightly different. The definition is slightly different. In politics, for you to win an election, there has to be a very strong mobilization. Now, the question to ask is, how well has Aisha Yusufu mobilized the NDC members in Abuja to be able to vote for her? And I must confess that I got to know about her candidature for Abuja senatorial seat just about 48 hours ago. That's what I don't. I know I don't live in Abuja. You know, for now, I lived in Abuja for a very long time. I have my contacts. I practice there as a journalist, and I have my friends there. I'm still connected to a lot of media platforms there. So the question to ask is, when did she start the campaign? Because this is not a delegate election where probably all you need to do is to, when you have the delegates in a particular room, you just go there and address them and they talk to you. You're talking of delegates that are scattered in the interiors and in all the development and area councils within the FCT. In Gwagwalada, in Buhari, in Amak, in Kuje, in all everywhere. So, what level of mobilization that was done? Now, if you don't want to compare that to the woman, Mrs. Pam, who you don't know the extent, that woman could have been a grassroots person, who probably was not interested in coming to into the fore, but going from village to village, meeting people, right? From her name, I think she's from Plateau State. She may have come also. I'm just
definitely Plateau.
Exactly. I'm just saying, and you know very well that we have a lot of Plateau people. You know, a lot of North Central people. If you understand the politics of Abuja very clearly, the Christian community in Abuja is a struggle, and they have tried to maintain a certain level of hegemony, and that is why, for me, since 1999, if you look at the elections in Abuja, it has always been. Let's not take away the fact that yes, we don't want to encourage it. Yes, that is not the right way to go. But the truth is that the two major religions in Nigeria are in direct contest, political contest,
everywhere.
And that is why each time election comes, it brings it to the fore. In other things, it might be silent, but once election comes, the contest comes to the fore. So, I don't know, but the truth of the matter is that for me, I'm not surprised. You might see somebody who has a PhD go to write wike and fail.
All right, gentlemen, the surprise here is, what we're asking is, the social media momentum, that the obedient movement and the ADC seem to be riding, at the end of the day, it means that it's giving way to an internal grassroots mobilization. Is still prevalent in the ADC.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. That's the point he's making. Because that social media mobilization is universal. But this primaries is taking place in a constituency.
Exactly.
Right? You cannot win a constituency election if you are not a grassroots person. You have to attend ward meetings. You have to host ward meetings. You have to visit various wards. You have to spend money.
Exactly.
You have to relate with the people.
Exactly.
Even if it is not spending money. So that grassroots relationship is not the same thing as social media
at all. All right, gentlemen. That's very well analyzed. All right, let's move to Kano State. Still on the issues of the NDC primaries, where the coast clears for ex-deputy governor Warzo to pick NDC governorship ticket as Gauna accepts Senate ticket. A massive political earthquake has shattered the traditional power configuration in Kano State, rewriting the script for 2027 gubernatorial race. In a stunning tactical development, the former Kano State deputy governor and seasoned political heavyweight Nasiru Gano has officially stepped down from the governorship lane, accepting the party's ticket to run for the Senate instead. This calculated retreat has instantly cleared the path for another political juggernaut, former Deputy Governor Abdusalam Gwarzo, to secure the highly coveted gubernatorial ticket under the banner of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC. Gentlemen, we didn't see this coming. The fact that Gano, moved in with Kwankwaso, everybody expected that invariably he was going to clinch the ticket with NDC or move to another political party. But taking the turn of events, he has accepted to go to the Senate, while the SY deputy governor was given that consensus honor to run as the flag bearer of the NDC in this election. Let's dig into this. You know, I was discussing with some people on this. They felt like the leader of the Kwankwasia movement, true to nature, has shortchanged Ghana in this instance.
No. It's not a matter of shortchanging anybody. It is there. It's political there. For that political leader, you know, there in the north, what plays out at that level is leadership. It's unlike here in the south, where you do not have structured leadership, right? So if you have this kind of situation, there must have been a political deal. And that it is that political deal that is observed at the moment, and it is on it that you have the present positions taken. If it was going to look like a betrayal, you would have seen some agitations. You would have seen the man who now accepts to go to the Senate.
Let me cut in a bit, sorry. Okay. You know, the argument had been, and I was discussing with people in Kano, you know, that Kwankwaso held that decision till the last moment when it had become tight and inconvenient for Ghana to make an alternate decision.
You see, let me tell you, Kano is one of the genuine political environments we have in Nigeria.
Genuine political environment.
Yes, it is where the people are factors in erection, that is mountain of leadership.
That is the meaning of the Kwankwasia. Kwankwasia is the hustle.
I'm happy you've come into the conversation because I know equally you're very well informed about Kano politics. But in this instance, Honorable and Mr. Mekodon, you know, when you place Ghana side by side with Gwaruzo, Ghana seems to be more of a more political heavyweight.
No, you are taking things for granted.
you see, let me tell you, just like Honorable said, it's about leadership and loyalty. Remember, there was a time President Olusegun Obasanjo said something about, you know, loyalty in politics. He said it is 100%. It is total.
Yes.
A lot of people didn't understand what he was talking about. You see, it's a situation where there's trust in the person of the leader because he sees a bigger picture, right? Now, he looks at. Let me give you an instance. It's like if you notice very in 2023 general elections, Rotimi Amechi in 2019 supported this man, is it Peter Sad or so, who eventually became the Nimasa DG. What's his name? He was the APC presidential governorship candidate in Rivers State in 2019. And a very good ally, political ally of Rotimi Amechi. In 2023, everybody felt like he has been there, he's an ally, but Rotimi Amechi said, look, you see, you contested against, it was Rotimi Amechi, I think he was later on, he explained this. You contested against a wike in 2019 that was just a minister of state.
Yes.
In 2019, I mean 2023, you need a bigger, a very, in fact, a pro-max, a force that is pro-max to be able to challenge this man. And I don't see that in you. You are a fine gentleman. You are a governorship candidate any time. But look, we need a bigger force to challenge this man. So you may be looking at it from a different perspective. That Ghana is a much more formidable candidate. But the leader,
yes,
the leader is seeing it from another perspective.
Yes.
To say, look, Gwazo is the man that can withstand Governor Yusuf.
But still aligning what you're saying, but many argue that it's tilted more, like you're saying, to loyalty when compared to the ability to mobilize. And
You can't take away loyalty.
Yeah,
you see, especially the politics that play in Nigeria. Why would a leader who has been stabbed before, perhaps more than once?
Yeah, more than once.
Yeah, Ganduje stabbed him.
Then this
Governor Yusuf stabbed him again, and in the next enterprise,
extra careful.
Absolutely, in the next enterprise, it has to be double. In fact, triply careful.
A hint.
But many are arguing that it was this similar scenario that created the fight between him and Shakaro. Shakaro was once a subordinate and allied with him, but similar situation that is currently playing out between Gauno and Gwarzo was what led Shakaro to take a different turn, and like bull and bear, they don't meet.
No, but Shakaro ended up becoming
the governor.
No, I don't think so. You need to understand. Shakaro was I think in 2023. ANPP. So it was the ANPP that ousted him in 2023.
As a result of a disagreement between both men aligned in one political party.
Then he was a sitting governor who naturally must consider his own interest, because he wanted a second time in office in 2023.
His interest, first of all.
His interest. So he wanted to contest in 2023 for a second time in office, right? So you probably will not hold that against him. But the truth is that, whether you like it or not, loyalty in politics sometimes even comes before
total.
It comes before capacity.
Before every other thing.
Right. Just that will run along. What would they be telling the Kano electorate in this instance?
The Kano electorate, as it is today, if they believe, in fact, which of course the leader of the Kwankwasia movement believes, that the Kano electorates believe in him, and that's like Honorable said, the kind of politics they play over there, it's not like we are far more Republican in nature here. So you believe you can think out what is good for you. I mean, but there they have absolute trust in the leader. So what the leader says we should do, we do it. If the leader says that this is the way to go, all of us will follow en masse. It's a block movement.
Exactly.
So they believe that the leader, understands the situation better. He assesses the situation better, and he makes a better decision. And for me, that is probably what you are still going to get. Yes, if you look at the politics of the place now, Yusuf himself, Governor Yusuf himself, if you ask me, I do not think, of course, as a governor, he don't want to fault him and his own decisions. But sometimes you ask yourself, do these people really think very deep? It's not every time you rely on federal might. Because Ganduje was a sitting governor who fell out with the leader of the Kwankwasia movement. And eventually, even though we saw how he won his second time in office, we saw how he won his second time in office and how the votes went and everything. So at the time he was exiting, every exiting governor would naturally want his right-hand man or his nominee or the person he's supporting to take over from him. So it didn't happen in 2023. Now, I expected Yusuf to ask himself, so for you to rise up to say, look at your leader to say, away with you, from where is he drawing his strength and his reference from? Because Ganduje could not do it, right? And even though the federal might was still there, he couldn't achieve it. Even as a party chairman. He hadn't become a party chairman then, as a sitting governor. So now he couldn't do it. Now this time around, for you to look at Kwankwaso straight into his eyeballs to say, away with you. What promises are you acting on? Who is the one making those promises? Is it from the federal? Kano politics, I hope you understand very clearly how Kano politics works. That is the question. Or is it banking on, okay, if I lose, even if I lose and eventually the president wins, I become a minister? Is that the insurance we have? So it's an insured risk. So you see, I sometimes you ask yourself, say, are these gentlemen, are they thinking, you know, like we are thinking? Maybe we are the ones that are more concerned because, you know, I don't know.
You are not more concerned. They have their facts.
They have their facts.
Yes.
No, you know, we are more concerned with the talks, and they are the ones that are reaping the fruits.
They killing the right game.
yeah.
So at the end of the day, the question remains: a Kwankwasia movement led by Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, who most likely from the grapevine will be, you know, very thick in the campaigns to 2027, perhaps as a vice presidential candidate from the grapevine, not yet confirmed. Will he have that time and the muzzle to go into the battlefield in Kano against Ganduje, the Fendramite, and Shekaro, who is equally, you would agree, is a very big political heavyweight in Kano as well, mobilized against the Kwankwasia, supporting Governor Yusuf in 2027?
At every point in time, there's always one leader.
Of course.
You see, where is Ganduje today? Of course, you know that even, you know, if you recall, the movement of Governor Yusuf into APC was very well delayed. If you recall very well, it was delayed. Yes. And what was the reason for the delay? He probably wanted an assurance. It is a fact. If you pick issue from the, you know, streets in Kano, you will understand that Governor Yusufu and the Ganduje, it's not even as if that all is well with them. It's just that, you know, probably the president may have tried in his fatherly role, tried to broker peace and you know, cement cracked walls and things like that. But they also have their own challenges there. If you read deeper, they also have their own challenges there. Because one of the issues is that is it the current deputy senate president or so? I mean, yeah, the current deputy senate president. Is it no, not the current, not the current speaker of the House of Reps. You know, all along he's interested in Kano governorship seat as well.
Yeah.
So and these were issues that were well discussed before. So they have their own issues there.
All right, but just in a nutshell, before we leave Kano and then look into Enugu and other issues, you know, this situation pitches Ghana against his political godfather, erstwhile godfather, in the Kano State Central Senatorial seat against Shakaru, who is equally running for the same ticket.
Does it matter? His own interest is the matter. You understand?
Mr. Meka, I don't think it matters.
No.
It doesn't matter to him. His own interest is fixed. He's going for it. That the man was his boss, or you call him godfather, it may not be his godfather. As I'm using godfather in the proper sense, but loosely, if you call him godfather, that is not a reason to extinguish his own interests. His interest is fixed. He's going for it.
Another question to also ask is that, yes, Shekara was or rather he is a former governor of Kano State. Since he left as governor, what is his political profile? I think is an important question to ask. Since he left as governor, how much influence has he wielded in the currency of things? Where can you place him as a former governor in the state? In 2023, what role did he play? You see, sometimes it's not even really because you are former this, you are former that. It's about, you know, how
your relevance,
your continued relevance in the scheme of things.
All right. Quickly, so I will just, for want of time, there are whole other political primaries to look into, but coming still on the NDC, the ratification of His Excellency Peterobi as the reaffirmation as the flag bearer presidential candidate of the NDC, and then bearing in mind the primaries of NDC in Enugu. Let me get your view on what that portends for the polity moving forward.
His own presidential interests.
Yes.
Well, you can see the ones I observed, and I think I observed many of them, the primaries went very well. And I do not think I ever entertained the fear that NDC will not do well. In the southeast, more than half of the south, the entirety of middle belt or central region. And let me tell you, the issue is now class. The people who are shortchanged by this system, the polity, they are all for NDC and ADC. If you see any person who is supporting APC, that person is a direct beneficiary.
A direct beneficiary?
Yes. Okay. So because of that, there is no conflict at all. The only thing is that some individual governors have performed well in their states. Maybe they are now in APC. They have done well. But how they have impacted the majority of Nigerians is what we will all have to test in 2027. Right. Not that APC is popular anywhere, by any measure, even in the southwest.
They will argue that with you.
Yeah, let them argue it.
They will argue that.
Let them argue it. Even bring their PRO here, whatever you call him. Let us talk about it.
We'll have him here one of these days,
yes,
because they will argue that they are the most popular political party
in
Africa at the moment, and they control the structures.
No, where they control governmental structure, right? But they do not control the people. If you listen to what people say and do online, the kind of things that happen now, there is total alienation of the people by the government. You look at the security situation, you look at what is happening. Their explanation being that it is being done to prevent the re-election of Mr. President. But it has been there. It has been there since 2009, this insecurity. It is only that it is heightening. So, the governor should work hard and pray to God. In my understanding, they have made some errors. For instance, I keep on telling governors, if I have the chance of meeting them, that you are alienating people because you are not paying attention to locality development. There is no way you can think that you are developing a state if you are building gargantuan institutions, infrastructure at the state capital, leaving the rural areas.
All right, we'll come to that, Honorable. I know you're raring to go. We'll get right to that when we begin to look at the 3 years celebration that just took place. It will afford us the opportunity to assess not just democracy, but the performance of the government. However, let's take a short break. When we return, we'll continue to look into these issues. Stay with us, please.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us. And you're still watching Frontline Africa. We are seizing political, social analysts. Yes, men who have been at the corridors where policies are formulated. They've seen it all, and they are now speaking about it. Welcome to Frontline Africa. Gentlemen, still on primaries. Let's move to the ADC, where Rotimi Amechi stand by claim that Atiku won ADC presidential primaries with concocted figures. A major crisis has hit the African Democratic Congress, ADC, following the declaration of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as his 2027 presidential flag bearer. Atiku secured a massive landslide with over 1.8 million votes, but former Transport Minister Rotimi Amechi has completely rejected the outcome, standing firmly by his claim that the figures were fabricated and the process rigged, with Amechi and fellow aspirant Mohammed Ayatuddin alleging widespread voter disenfranchisement. Atiku's call for a unified opposition front are already facing a severe internal revolt. Gentlemen, despite the winner of the ADC primaries, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, reaching out to Rotimi Amechi and Hayatuddin, Rotimi Amechi has, continued to claim and has stood his ground that Atiku won the ADC presidential primaries with concocted figures. What does this tell us? A house divided against itself?
Well, concocted figures. It is very, very easy to establish who concocted anything. In the first place, who were the delegates? So, who were the delegates? How did they arrange the election? Was it voting, online voting? Was it coming at a particular place to vote? So how did they get 1.8 million people, 2 million people together? How did they do that? What was the voting process? But you see, all these ADC, Amechi, and the rest of them, I personally see them as distraction.
As distraction?
Yes. They know what they are doing. They are not, in my understanding, they are not contesting this election. To start with, Atiku is not supposed to contest the election. Atiku is from the north. Very good man from those who interacted with him closely. Very, very good man, generous, helpful to so many people. But the fact is that we are running on an agreement in this country that power rotates from north to south and south back to north. So Atiku running until a southerner, before a southerner completes 8 years. That is not that is in violation of that particular agreement. I don't believe in his candidacy. I don't think he should be doing that. I also look at, if he's genuinely contesting, I also see it as desperation. But if he's not genuinely contesting, as I also suspect, I want to think that he is a tool of the APC.
For want of time, let me quickly bring Mr. Meke into the conversation. And the point here is that candidates are emerging. At the end of today, peterobi will be totally, in the fray as well. We'll have the candidates. All certain candidates, bar one, Atiku Abubakar. Does this tell us a different story, Mr. Meke?
Yeah, yes, it tells all kinds of stories. But let me say this concerning the issue of Amechi versus Atiku Abubakar, and the number of the allegation of concocted number of votes. At the end of the day, you see, the reason why for me it's difficult for me to take a position on that is because this has become something like the mother hen and the egg, dragging who is older, because in this case now, who is honest? Because the experience we have had with politicians in Nigeria is that, number one, on side A, when politicians go into a contest like this, they are never clean, they are never pure, they are never straightforward. Sometimes figures can be concocted. So if anybody tells you that the figures are concocted, the person may not be far away from the truth, because it has happened several. We see it happen very clearly. And just like Honorable said, who are the ones that voted? Where are the voting points? Where did they vote? Which delineation? Which arrangement? Which constituency delineation? Did they run on INEC voter list or their party voter list? Where was the polling centers? Where did it happen? Because within my constituency, I didn't see anywhere that ADC people were voting on that day. So these are issues that, when these things are not clearly, spelled out, it's very difficult for anybody to accept the end figure. That is on the side A. Then the side B is that we also know Nigerian politicians to be very clear that the moment they lose an election, they will tell you that they will allege that there has been some, in quote, mago. As long as they have lost the election, but if they win, there's no mago. So these are the issues that sometimes it's very difficult. As long as we ourselves, we don't have any forensic evidence, or we are not allowed to go and monitor the election and things like that. So, but let's leave that now and come to the issue of the question you asked about, a lot of Southern candidates. And let me also say this. I want to disagree a little bit with Honorable on the issue of the Atiku Abubakar candidature. Yes, I mean, on the surface, it's very clear for anybody to agree that, look, we are running on some kind of agreement of North and South in Nigeria. Power sharing formula, even though it's not in the constitution. And right now, a Northern president has finished his 8 years. A Southern president is ruling. So the surface thing there is that allow the Southern president to finish the next, allow South to complete the next 4 years before it goes back to the North. That's a very perfect arrangement. That is very clear. But the truth is that those of them that, because APC and those, the camp of APC now, because they are the one on the saddle. In fact, just today I was reading on the social media, somebody was saying that they should tell peterobi to please allow President Bola Tinubu to finish his second 4 years. Now the question is, this same arrangement was running in 2014. Why wasn't Goodluck Jonathan why didn't the current president now allow Goodluck Jonathan to finish his 8 years? And yet, he teamed up with a Northern candidate at that point in time to oust Jonathan from power. So why? I mean, is it that they were not aware that this arrangement was running at that time?
No, they were aware.
So why did they do? Why did they?
You see, in that case, Jonathan was assumed to have utilized the position, or rather the portion of time of Yaradua, right? Jonathan was not supposed to be there. You remember he was vice president.
Yes.
So if Yaradua had lived, Yaradua would have lived up to 2014.
Yes.
Would have been in power up to 2014.
Yes.
So when Yaradua now died, and then Jonathan now entered into a secret agreement with them to do one term. Obasanjo participated in that agreement, and he said Jonathan agreed to one term. To do one term.
But that was within PDP. That was a PDP agreement.
No. It wasn't a PDP. It was an agreement reached with the Northerners, because the Northerners had refused to support Jonathan.
Yes.
To even do that particular tenure.
Yes.
They refused him continuing after that 2 years of helping Yaradua out. But Obasanjo convinced them that, please, let Jonathan do another 4 years and he would leave. That was the arrangement. When Jonathan agreed that he was going to run for only one term. Now, the reason why I'm saying that agreement was a PDP agreement was because those people in APC, they were not there. They were not there. Now, you see, the truth of the matter, it was with
the same way. See, for every president that comes to power, there will always be an issue people will raise against our candidate. And the same thing we are talking about, because you see, the whole idea of when they say he who comes to equity, he must, if you want to go to equity, first of all, go and buy black soap or his soap. Wash your hands very well.
Or
hypo. Look at it well on a microscope and make sure that it is plain. Now, the argument is, In Nigeria, there are in the southern part of the country, there are 3 zones that are in the southern part of the country.
Yeah.
The Southwest had their turn between 1999 and 2007. Somehow, the South have had their turn.
Yeah.
At least they were able to test the presidency, not just for one time, but for 5 years, by divine providence. Now, when the presidency returned to the South in 2023,
the Southwest came into it.
Would it not have been more justified for equity's sake?
Yeah, it would have been better. But then, you know, some of these things are decided by political muscle. Because Nigeria is a structured, Nigerian politics is unfairly structured.
Yes, sir.
Because, you know, the North, we say we have only 2 zones.
Yes.
The
North and the South.
But down south here, we are saying if it comes to
it should be micro-zoned.
Yes, it has to be micro-zoned.
Yes.
But unfortunately, we haven't done that. And also, unfortunately, the political elites of the Southeast appear not to have interest in that. If you look at what they did in 2023, almost every person that mattered politically in the Southeast went against peterobi.
Even till today as we speak.
Right? So
it is the people that I will demand.
So you can see it. Meanwhile, when you look at the voting trend, you find that if the votes of the people had counted, that particular anomaly would have been corrected.
So it's a question of so you see now why I said that I don't want to blame Atiku Abubakar so much. So right now, what is driving the process now is no longer the spirit of fairness and equity, where you will say allow the South to complete their 4 years. It is now being driven by what? By political might. Because it was the same political might that the Southwest used in 2023 for a position that in normal expectation, you would have said, my brother, you have enjoyed this thing now. You too have enjoyed this one. Why don't allow this man to join this so that all of us will have exactly.
To do just
even if you but that was not done. Somebody used a political might because the Southeast does not have the they don't have the political numeracy. Maybe at that point in time,
they don't have cohesion.
They don't have cohesion. They did not have the connection to the powers to be at the center, right? And so they utilize all of that, resources at their to grab that, including their closeness to the Northwest, the governors of the Northwest, we came together to say it must be so. So it's not. You see, the entire process is not driven by
and also religion,
spirit of fairness
and religion.
Yes, of course. That's what I mean by all the forces working for it. So the entire process is not driven by fairness. Yeah. Rather, it is driven by what? Political might.
Interest. And
that is why today, if you look at I'm not supporting Atiku Abubakar. I'm not telling you I'm going to vote for him, but I'm just saying that I cannot condemn him on that pedestal, because what the man is also saying, he has also looked at the situation to say, after all, he also came with a theory. And what is the theory? That since 1999 to now, Nigeria has been under civilian government for about 27 years or thereabout.
26 years.
No, 27, 1999 now. Yeah. So we're 26 plus. Now, within that 26 years plus, that the country has been under civil leadership, between the North and South, how many years has the North? It's just about 11 years or thereabout. 3 years of Goodluck Jonathan, 3 years of Yar'Adua, and 8 years of Muhammad Buhari. So you don't want to compare that to these number of years that the South has been in control.
So why should he do that in isolation of the long era of military government?
No, you see, that is the thing now.
The same Nigeria?
That is the reason. That is the thing that everybody is coming with a theory, right?
No, that is theory doesn't even make any sense, because you cannot just begin to split Nigeria. The life of Nigeria did not end when IBB's government ended.
Yes.
When Abdul Salami's government ended.
Yes.
So it's a continuum.
Yes.
Some of the policies initiated in those days are still wrong.
If those ones, if they are actually counting those ones, if they are counting them, that means it is that means what all of us were talking about is the spirit of fairness and equity.
No, you must count it. You see, you must count it because that is the more reason why everybody. That's one of the things that surprises me. Why is it that the Southeast leaders cannot have the courage to say, why have you continued to isolate us?
Okay, that's the thing now.
Are we still part of Nigeria?
Even that Atiku Abubakar will tell you that the northeast where he comes from, apart from what's his name? Apart from the man who was Senate President during Buhari's second term in office, Lawal, and the current Vice President.
Yes.
The Northeast has been completely far away from the power equation since 1999.
Gentlemen.
So everybody they all have reasons.
Gentlemen, we'll have time to the primaries are just being concluded very soon. We'll have time to go into deep critical analysis of the situation. However, just for time's sake, on the issue of Amechi, he has come out publicly to say that he's a presidential material and he can be vice to Rotimi Amechi, that he is a presidential material. He has all the qualities needed in a president, that he'd rather be a minister than accept the position of a vice president.
What? I don't know. Anybody can say I'm also a presidential material. I'm qualified, right? But let me tell you this. I don't even know what basis Amechi would say he was more of a presidential material more than anybody. Amechi, you see, let me tell you where Amechi shot himself. In my court. I said my own court. Amechi, up till about 3 years ago, was always saying he was Igbo, Ikwere were Igbo, and the rest of them. But the moment the idea of contesting Nigerian presidency came, about 2 years ago, he started saying he was no longer Igbo. So if you have not settled your identity, or you are so infuriated in your thinking, right, about your identity, I do not think you are presidential material in my own rating.
All right, we'll still come back to your court some other time. Gentlemen, we are running out of time, but we can't go without taking a look at the Nigerian democracy. Via the fact that we are celebrating the 3 years in office of this administration, it gives us an ample opportunity to take an assessment of democratic governance over the last 3 years, speaking to 2023 to 2026. I bet in a very nutshell, it reveals a complex landscape. Why the country, backs over 20 years of uninterrupted civilian rule, a testament to institutional resilience. However, it offers us a thorough lens to look at our democracy via these 3 years in office. Just in a nutshell, perhaps when we come again on Frontline Africa, we'll have that settled ground to begin to beam, satellite on the various sectors of the Nigerian economy. But from where we stand, let's get your assessment of these 3 years in office.
I can tell you very clearly that Nigeria is not making the kind of progress that we expected to make. It's not, people can come and talk and cite instances. There has to be some benchmarks. A country that began that return to democracy in 1999, what we expected was, as the country advances, we see more of democratic culture being entrenched in the society. We should see more of, the entire space being far more democratized. We should see more of, more and more people, democracy taking more rules, people participating. You know, but what do we see? If you look at 1999, check the number of people that have voted in our elections. It looks as if the thing is shrinking. It's shrinking to the extent that the very last election, we had less than about 25 million people who voted, even in a presidential election. And yet,
less than 20 million.
Less than 20 million. In fact, and I remember in 2019, I mean in 2020, in 2003 or so, even in 2007, more than 24 million people. The man who won the president, won election with 24 million. And in 2023, the totality of all the people that voted in that election. So what are we talking about? So you see, you should ask yourself, 26 years after, is our democracy expanding?
No, it's shrinking.
Or is it shrinking?
It is shrinking.
These are the kind of things that should bother, and our leaders should be able to. These are the questions they should be able to answer.
The democratic space is shrinking.
It is shrinking, and the governance impact is shrinking. By 1999 to 2007, local government chairmen were still doing community markets, doing village roads, doing culverts, getting people. Locality administration was in place, but today it is all gone. Everything now is the state government. People in the rural areas are no longer considered as parts of the state unless you go voting. So the democratic space is shrinking, and the governance space is also shrinking.
All right. On that note, gentlemen, that's where we'll be drawing the curtain this day on Frontline Africa. And we've been speaking with our panelists, seasoned analysts, men who've been at the corridors of power, who have joined in the formulation of policies, and they've seen it all. Now they're speaking about it. Thank you, Ozo Ibonekuo Gazimora, Esquire.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Ozo Ibonekuo Gazimora is a former Commissioner of Strategy, Culture and Tourism here in Enugu State. He's equally a legal luminary and a seasoned public affairs analyst. And also, especially, before we go, we here on Frontline Africa are saying happy birthday to Emeka Odom, who just celebrated his birthday a few days ago.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Yes. Thanks. I'm delighted. Thank you.
Emeka Odom is equally a development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst. Gentlemen, it's always a pleasure having you here on Frontline Africa.
Thank you very much.
As always, the conversation continues beyond the studio. Stay informed, stay engaged, and keep your eyes on unfolding stories. I am Uche Osai. Thank you for watching Frontline Africa. To come your way same time next Saturday. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Who is a woman? She is.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.